following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
I call this meeting of the Cary Town Council to order, and Mr. Frantz will give our ceremonial opening.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Frantz. We're now at agenda item A3. The applicant for the Herndon-Burt rezoning, which is shown under item F2 of our agenda, has made changes to the rezoning request since the Planning and Zoning Board reviewed it. He has requested that council refer the rezoning back to the Planning and Zoning Board. We may have members of the public with us this evening, and we don't want to keep them waiting. I recommend amending the agenda to place this rezoning on the consent agenda as item B2A, with a recommendation to refer it back to the Planning and Zoning Board. In addition, I recommend we remove the associated annexation and comprehensive plan consistency statement from this agenda. These items are currently shown as part of item F2. Staff will bring these items back to us on a future agenda with the rezoning request. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda with these amendments?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. We're now at the consent agenda portion of tonight's meeting, item B. For the benefit of people watching our meeting on TV, we'll take a moment to read our consent agenda items. One vote approves all of these items. The consent agenda includes approving minutes, approving the tax report, calling for public hearings on owner-initiated annexations, adopting an annexation ordinance, and the Herndon-Burt Properties Rezoning 12 REZ 20, which is being referred back to the Planning and Zoning Board. I'll ask Mr. Frantz to briefly summarize the Planning and Development Committee consent agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor. We had one item, that is the North Harrison Avenue, North Carolina Railroad Bridge Study.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frantz. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, the motion carries 6-0. We're at agenda item C1 now. This is recognitions, reports, and presentations. Mrs. Robinson will now present the Public Works Week proclamation.
Thank you. All right, I have Scott Hecht with me. Come on up. Scott Hecht is our staff member, our Director of Public Works, who is the person who took the lead in recognizing Public Works Week. And for those of you who live in Cary and love it and love having your trash picked up in a timely manner and your medians kept nice and clean and tidy, we have our Public Works Department and Scott Hecht to thank for that. We have 300 hardworking men and women who every day work hard to keep Cary safe, clean, and beautiful. So we really appreciate that department. And today I have a proclamation to deliver and give to Mr. Hecht on behalf of his department. This proclamation is recognizing May 19th through 25th, 2013 as Public Works Week in Cary, North Carolina. You can come closer. I don't mind. Come on. All right, whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. And whereas public works infrastructure, facilities, and services are of vital importance to the health, safety, and well-being of the people of this community. Whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as water, sewer, streets, public buildings and grounds, parks, solid waste collection and recycling, and fleet services. Whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of the public works personnel. Whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services. Whereas the town of Cary has dedicated staff in the Public Works Department who work each day behind the scenes to implement the town's mission statement, which reads, "At the town of Cary, we focus every day on enriching the lives of our citizens by creating an exceptional environment and providing exemplary services that enable our community to thrive and prosper." Now, therefore, I, Jennifer Robinson, on behalf of Mayor Harold Weinbrecht, Jr., Mayor of the town of Cary, North Carolina, on behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, do hereby proclaim this week, May 19th through 25th, 2013, as Public Works Week in Cary, in conjunction with the National Public Works Week. Furthermore, I call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works services and to recognize the contributions that the public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Proclaim this 23rd day. Thank you, Scott.
Well, I won't share that phone call I had a little while ago. Thank you, Mrs. Robinson and Council. Good evening. Just real quick to make a reference in that proclamation, it did talk about that we work each and every day behind the scenes. And just to point out, it's been 7 years since we've stood up here and recognized Public Works Week, which is a national recognition. But we do that because we don't like to be seen. We do not like to be heard. We like to do our jobs behind the scenes each and every day and really go sight unseen. So we did feel it was time this year and a good time to recognize and thank the 300 staff members that Ms. Robertson mentioned of who work in Public Works every day, that maintain our ball fields, our trails, our greenways, our shelters, our playgrounds, and keep them safe. We maintain our streets, our sidewalks, our traffic signals, and over 900 miles of water and sewer lines. Certainly collect the garbage and recycling and yard waste and leaf collection of over 44,000 homes, which is one of the phone calls I had this evening. And maintain over 1,000 pieces of equipment that we have in the town, and we respond to emergencies in all hours of the night, holidays, and not to include, that might include, I should say, debris collection and certainly snow removal. And certainly we set up and take down all of our town events, special events that you see at Lazy Days, Spring Days, even this council chambers and everything else that we're doing behind the scenes. So with that, let me be the first to thank my staff and our staff of 300 people, and thank you, Council, for your continued funding and your support. And we will see you again in about 7 years. So thank you.
Scott, thank you so much for being here with us tonight to accept this proclamation on behalf of your Public Works employees. Let me say that we all know it takes a great leader to lead a group to excellence like that, and we appreciate your work as well as theirs. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Bush will take care of our next agenda item, recognition of the Cary Town Council for awards they've received at the 2013 North Carolina State Youth Conference. Mrs. Bush.
Thank you. I'd like to have Cindy King and our executive teen council members to meet me at the podium. No, you don't get the iPad as a gift. So first, we're here to recognize our fantastic Cary Teen Council for their outstanding efforts over the past year. On May 4th, 10 members of the Cary Teen Council attended the annual State Youth Council Conference, where the Teen Council was recognized with multiple awards. Now, the first 2 awards, and they're all up here, so we can show and tell. The first 2 awards received by the Cary Teen Council were voted on by members of the Youth Advisory Council. This Adult Advisory Council is appointed by the Governor's Office and includes teen members recommended by state youth advisors. Now, these awards are Most Outstanding Council and Most Diverse Council. The third award the Cary Teen Council received was voted on by the 9 councils from across the state of North Carolina attending the conference. Our teen council, these wonderful people, was awarded the Most Outstanding Project of the Year. Now, this award was given for their project, Clowning Around for the Cure. Now, I did not dress in my alternate attire for this, but I promised them that I would do that and bring them something from the clown side of my family. Now, that occurred March 9th at the Herb Young Community Center, and their event focused on awareness for pediatric cancer, with all the proceeds going to the UNC Children's Hospital for pediatric cancer research. And then finally, a 4th and final award received by our teen council was the Jefferson Award for Public Service, also given for the Clowning Around for the Cure project. This youth service challenge is about challenging America's youth to come up with great, big, meaningful community projects. Now, the award is part of a commitment to recognize, inspire, and activate volunteerism and public service in communities, workplaces, and schools across America. On behalf of the Cary Town Council, and our thanks really goes to you, Cindy, for your leadership, and the more than 700 teens that are on the Cary Teen Council for all that you do across our great town and our community. The Teens Volunteers effort go way beyond any of our expectations. We're so proud to have them as part of the town of Cary. And let me show you these awards, and then I'll ask a teen council member to come up. Let's have each one of them hold one. This is the Most Diverse State Youth Council. Get the smallest award to the biggest star. The Most Outstanding State Youth Council. You can get the big one. Well done. This is the State Youth Council Yearly Project Award. And then the big one, the Jefferson Award for Public Service, Certificate of Excellence, Outstanding Community Service. Thank you all. Would one of you like to say a few words?
Sure. I'm going to put this down, and I'm going to raise this to accommodate my height.
Come on, really? Do you have to do that?
I'm so sorry. I'll put it down when I'm done. But anyway, my name is Michael. I'm the chairman of the Cary Teen Council, and I really want to thank you all so much, the town council, so much for helping us. It was an extremely successful year for us. We've had more than 12,000 hours, 4 awards, an unprecedented number of awards from the State Youth Council, and I really enjoyed my time here. I can't thank you enough. And I also want to thank a very special person, Miss Cindy King on my right. She is absolutely invaluable to us. She is fantastic. Her leadership is wonderful. She's an inspiring person. So once again, I want to thank you so much. It was a great year, and I'm sure next year will be even better.
You can have that back.
Thank you. The smallest one.
Mrs. King, I did want to thank you for your leadership of the Cary Teen Council. I don't think anyone could say it better than Michael did. And we thank the Teen Council members who've come out tonight, taking time from your busy schedules to be with us this evening. You know, just one of those awards would have been remarkable, but 4 is really outstanding. We're very fortunate to have such an outstanding Teen Council, and we know it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So we'll take just a very quick little. breather while they do that.
Photo op.
No flash.
We can Photoshop it later.
Thanks again. I'll let Ms. Bush get her seat, and we'll proceed. Our next two agenda items are Public Speaks Out, which are item D, and Public Hearings, which are item E. We've included instructions for speaking at these forums on the printed agenda. If you'd like to speak, please take a seat in the rows to my right that are shown as reserved and follow the instructions on the agenda. Public Speaks Out speakers have up to 3 minutes each for comments, and speakers may speak on any topic that is not a public hearing scheduled for this evening. We have the public hearings listed on the PowerPoint slide being shown. Thanks for holding your comments for the public hearing. I will enforce a 3-minute time limit to be fair to all speakers. A timer is located on the speaker's podium. When the green light turns yellow, the speaker will have 30 seconds remaining. When time expires, the yellow light will change to a flashing red light, and the speaker should immediately conclude their comments, or I will suggest that you do that. I thank all speakers in advance for adhering to the 3-minute time limit. I'll now open Public Speaks Out for anyone who wants to speak about any issue that is not a public hearing item tonight. At this time, the first speaker may approach the podium via the aisle on my right and give the clerk your completed contact card. May I have the first speaker, please? Thank you, Ms. Gray. May I have the first speaker for Public Speaks Out, not a public hearing, Public Speaks Out? Oh, that's why, okay. We do have a budget public hearing tonight, so if you're here to speak about the budget, we're thrilled. And just wait a little while, you actually get 2 extra minutes. That's always a good thing. That's okay, you get 2 extra minutes. That's great. Anyone for Public Speaks Out? Seeing no one, let's go to the agenda item E1. Our first public hearing is the budget public hearing. Mr. Shiver will present this item, and then I'll open the public hearing. Speakers have up to 5 minutes to make their comments. The council will not take action tonight. We'll conduct another budget public hearing at our June 13th council meeting. I'll now turn the floor over to Mr. Shiver.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Adcock, and good evening, Council. The recommended fiscal year 2014 budget was officially presented at your meeting on May the 9th. Per the North Carolina General Statutes, it is a balanced budget and identifies funding sources to cover the operating expenditures and capital projects identified for the time period from July 1, 2013 through June 30th, 2014. The budget is available for online viewing at the town's website, townofcary.org, at the Cary Library downtown on Academy Street, at the West Regional Library on Lewis Stevens Road, and here at the Cary Town Hall. The council has already had 1 work session to review and discuss the budget details, and this was held on May the 14th. Tonight's public hearing on the budget is the first of 2 scheduled public hearings on the proposed budget, with the next one planned for the council meeting on Thursday, June the 13th. Budget adoption, which will include the recommended budget, plus any changes directed by the council during this period of time, is scheduled for your meeting on June 27th, prior to the start of the fiscal year 2014 which begins on July the 1st, 2013. Following the public hearing, at the conclusion, no council action is necessary at this point in the process. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it back over to you to conduct the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Shiver. I'll now open the public hearing and invite the first speaker to approach the podium. I'll just remind you that speakers have up to 5 minutes each for comments, and when the red light flashes, I will have to stop you. Please give us your name when you to start.
My name is Brian Murray,
Thank you.
and I live in Westchester Woods next to Dutchman Downs. And my concern is that you all are going to be raising our taxes. And it's a bit of a shock since it's been a long time since that has been done. But basically, I think in all fairness, before you seek to raise funds by increasing taxes, I think maybe you should consider closing some of the donut holes in the geographic area of Cary. In all fairness, I think everyone should pay their fair share, but there are homes which are much more elaborate and much more expensive than mine, and they pay less than half of what I pay in taxes. Yet they partake of the niceties of being in Cary, and they have the police services and the fire department services. And I think it would be good if they could be made to shoulder some of this burden. Because when the burden falls unfairly on one person rather than at all, it hurts more. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Thank you.
May I have the next speaker, please?
Hi, I'm John Bubin. I'm on the Parks and Recs and Cultural Resources Advisory Board. And as you probably know, I never come without handouts. So if you want to pass those along. I'm here tonight to talk about an item that's in the proposed budget. There are 3 gentlemen who will be addressing the sport of pickleball. Now, the thought just came to my mind that perhaps some of you may not be aware of what pickleball is. How many of you have ever played pickleball? How many of you have ever seen it played? I know you did at Spring Days, right? Okay, what I want to do is dispel some things about pickleball. Number 1, it's not played with pickles. Number 2, it's, well, I'll tell you what it's not like. It's not like ping pong, and it's not like racquetball. Think of it as a modified or reduced tennis game, okay? In fact, the first chart that I've handed out to you shows a pickleball court the relative size relative to a tennis court. As you can see, especially on the backside, where it's transposed on a tennis court, you've got about 42% of the area to cover of a regular tennis court. But the game itself, when it's played, and then the whole strategy of the game is to be close to the net, take over the net. So the action at the net is every bit as exciting and intense as any tennis game you'd ever want to be in. Secondly, in the budget, there's congratulations to the town. You are proposing, or in the proposed budget, there's 3 outdoor pickleball courts that are being proposed. That's on the second chart you've got. It's over at White Oak Park. They're going to take 1 slab. The proposal is to take 1 slab that has now the markings for a single pickleball court and actually build 3 permanent pickleball courts with the fencing around it, so that people can have pickup games. We can have teaching sessions out there and do a lot more and be a lot more flexible and introduce the game to a lot more people than the current situation where we've got, assigned times within the gymnasiums, which has been great. But I would tell you, across the nation, pickleball, as the kids would say, is going viral. So, we in the town of Cary want to keep up with that momentum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Jared Kratzer. I live at 131 Shirley Drive. I have lived at this address since '71. I'm here tonight to encourage the council to increase the number of facilities for playing pickleball. During the 40 years that I have lived in Cary, I have observed a number of councils. One characteristic that they all share, and it's a very positive one, is a commitment to planning for the future, to recognize the town's existing needs, but to look beyond the present and envision what the town's needs will be in 5, 10, 15 years. Two examples of this planning for the future that are relevant to our request for expanding the number of pickleball facilities are the town's long-standing inclusion of extensive parks and recreation facilities in its comprehensive land use plans and the creation of the senior center. The Bond Park Community Center is one of the facilities that we currently use for pickleball. I remember when it was first proposed that the town purchase a large tract of land way out there on High House Road, then a 2-lane road with very little development. My reaction to this proposal was to question the wisdom of creating a major park so far from downtown Cary. Fortunately, the council envisioned the town's rapid development and created a large park that is geographically central to where many Cary citizens currently live. The town used this same kind of forward-looking planning in establishing the senior center at Bond Park. Prior to the creation of the senior center, programming for seniors competed with other program needs for facilities and occurred in many different locations around town. The council recognized the inadequacy of the existing approach and anticipated that the future would require even more programming for seniors, thus the creation of the senior center. At the recent Summit for Cary's Future, the aging of Cary's population was a point in emphasis. I guess I'm one of the examples of that point. Physical and mental activity were cited as important factors in maintaining the health and vitality of seniors. I encourage the council to consider increasing opportunities for playing pickleball as one means for supporting the continued well-being of seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kratzer. May I have the next speaker, please?
My name is Fairleigh Grimes, and I have moved to Wake County just 2 months ago after being a lifelong resident of Cumberland County. And 4 months ago, I was a couch potato. I don't golf. I can't play tennis. My knees won't hold up. My doctor told me that he was wanting to put me on blood pressure medication. And a friend mentioned to me something I'd never heard, pickleball. And we have a very good team in Hope Mills that plays at the rec center. And the first time that I went out there, I was very tickled to be able to play and actually got good enough to beat the 70-year-old women so that I could then advance to the center court and play the 70-year-old men. In no time, it had a drastic effect on my health, and I could not wait to play pickleball. I play about 2 or 3 times a week, and we kept hearing about Cary, and some of our fellow residents came up and visited the facility and were very impressed and came back. And I think hopefully we've got a little competition going down there because we're really getting into it in Hope Mills. As the gentleman said, it is going viral. But in getting out there and playing, you can get out there and play for 2 to 3 hours and it not affect your joints. We have 80-year-olds in the recent senior games. They had 80-year-olds winning silver and gold, and they were out there going at it too, really, really hard. But I have lost 20 pounds. I've tightened my belt up 2 notches. And on Monday, I had my blood pressure checked at a doctor, and I'm on no medication. My blood pressure was 104/70. It has not been like that since I was in my 20s. What I know is that there's a whole lot more demand for facilities than there is supply. And I know that in traveling the state that Cary is known as a progressive community that looks to the future and being prepared for a lot more people like myself that need to get off the couch and do something to become a healthy and, may I say, sexy senior citizen. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. May I please have the next speaker? And see if you can match that.
Hi, my name is Danny Jones. I'm from Pittsboro, North Carolina. I lived in Cary for 12 years in Preston. I was a charter member of Preston and played golf for a long time with a lot of those little boys out there. And I travel in an RV all over the country, and they've asked me to speak a little bit about pickleball and the connection in Florida and some of the places that I've been. Cary is known all over the United States as a progressive town, as a town well known, especially in the golf community. And I'm proud to say that I'm from North Carolina, Cary, North Carolina. That's where my kids grew up and what have you. But I'm a pickleball player. I go down to Florida. I'm what they call a snowbird. I go down for 6 months of the year in South Florida and stay down there and then come back up here. And while I'm down there, I play in a little RV park. There's 315 members of us. 70 of us have formed a club down there, a pickleball. We started out in an area not much bigger than this with 4 of us playing 3 years ago, and it developed into a 4-court, lighted court designated area for pickleball. And we have tournaments every year, and we bring in people from all over the country to play in our tournament. It's very easily run. It's not that hard. There's people that will actually run tournaments for you. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America now for people over 50. It's amazing how many people are doing this. You can go on the internet and you can find the Pickleball Association, and you can find any place in the country to play pickleball. It's that easy. And Cary is one of the places. When I came back in Pittsboro, first thing I did was get on the internet to find out where was the closest place to play pickleball, and it was Bond Park. I drive 3 days a week to Herb Young, I guess, Bond Park in White Oak, I believe, or one of the other places to play, and I drive it to come over here just to play pickleball. Yesterday, I had what they call a nuclear stress test. I don't know if you've ever had that done. I had a heart attack 5 years ago, and today they called me with the results and said I was in better health now than I was back then. And my doctor said, "What are you doing, Danny? What are you doing, Deborah? You walking? You running?" I said, "No, I'm playing pickleball." And it took another hour to explain to him what pickleball was all about. And he may be coming out to play. But one other thing I want to touch on is the revenue. Sort of what we did down in River Bend, we call it. It's right out of Fort Myers. We started a tournament. We invited 125 people came to our tournament. And to make a long story short, we had corporate sponsors, we had vendors, we had people from all over the country that came to play in our tournament. And we netted just, I think it was $5,800 in that small little tournament. And these tournaments are run all over the United States. I can see Cary becoming what they call a national place or an Eastern national tournament. You know what the Champions Tour did for SAS, what SAS has done there at Preston as far as the tournament that comes in. If you look into this pickleball and how fast it's growing, and tell me if Cary is not really set to be a major place for people to come to play pickleball. It will draw. You know, there was no movie, I think, came out several years ago called Field of Dreams. And the whole theme was that if you build it, they'll come. I promise you, people will come to play pickleball. It's a great game, funny name, I know. But just look into more of it, investigate it, go to the website, find out how organized they are. You may be surprised. It saved I think, personally saved my life. My grandkids just laugh at me all the time about it, but I'm teaching them now how to play pickleball. And one day I see in a tournament myself and my grandson playing pickleball together. So it's really a great sport. Health-wise, it's good. Cary's known for that, known for being health conscious. Parks, I mean, it's just a great place to live. And people with that kind of attitude, this is going to catch on, and it's going to catch on big. And why not in Cary, North Carolina? Anyway. Thanks for letting me come up and talk.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. May I have the next speaker, please?
Well, I do not come before you to speak about pickleball, but now I'm interested in it. But it brings me great pleasure to
Give
be
us
able to
your
speak.
name, please.
Oh, sorry. Yes, ma'am. My name is Janet Smith, Janet R. Smith. I am speaking on behalf of Triangle Family Services, on behalf of Alice Lutz, who is the CEO of the agency. And I come to speak with you for just a brief moment in regards to assisting us a little further, as you have most definitely assisted us throughout the years, being able to help our domestic violence program, if you will, our Better Intervention program. I am actually the program manager for the domestic violence program at Triangle Family Services. I have been for a little over a few months, and I am really enjoying that. However, I also get to facilitate the groups here in Cary. We also have an offsite group at 600 Walnut Street, which is the Christ Lutheran the King Church, or King Lutheran Church, and I get to go there every Tuesday. The classes, every class, whether it be on site at Western Boulevard or whether it be at the church, our classrooms are growing. The largest classroom holds about 16 clients, but Triangle Family Services itself has been helping and assisting the community since 1937. We have had the privilege and the honor of being able to service nearly 5,000 families, and we do that by way of domestic violence programs, consumer credit counseling, emergency housing, individual and family counseling, just to name a few of the things that we do. But it takes a lot. It does take a lot to be able to support our community. It takes a lot to be able to service our participants. With the DOSE program, which is our abuser treatment program, and that stands for Developing Opportunities for a Safer Environment, it takes a lot to support them. Think about your family, think about your neighbor, think about yourself when it comes to resolving conflict and when it comes to teaching others how to resolve conflict in a nonviolent way. That's what I get to do. I get to watch a person for 6 months. They come to our program once a week for 26 weeks, and I get to watch them walk in, most of them not wanting to, not willing, guarded, and a bit upset about being there, but I get to watch that change. And to me, that's really special. To me, that is powerful to be able to watch a person understand that there's something about themselves that they need to work on, and I don't have to make you do it for you to actually see within yourself that there's something wrong. Because it could be, like I said, it's different when you look at your family, when you look at a neighbor, when you look at someone that you know closely. It's a little different than looking at an outside person saying, oh, they must need to attend an abuser treatment program. But what if it were yourself? What if it were you that simply needed to be a part of a program like that? Help us to be able to help them better, because I love that. I love to be able to watch a person grow and just blossom, going from using the tool of just yelling and screaming and throwing things to understanding that if I take a break, if I calm down for a moment, then I can resolve this conflict as well. That's what we do. We most definitely want to hear their concerns. We don't judge them. They're in a place where they feel accepted. They're in a place where they understand that, yes, there's a mistake that has happened, because most of our participants do come by way of being court-ordered, be it on probation or with their assault on a female or a simple assault. So yes, they come, and so it would be really easy for them to come into a program like that and feel judged, but we don't do that. But it's a lot to take care of them. As you have taken care of us to help the participants, we do appreciate that. We're just asking, can you consider hearing my heart today and the hearts of all the staff members at Triangle Family Services to help us help them and help our community. Make sense?
Thank you, Ms. Smith. May I have the next speaker, please?
My name is William Berner. I live in Cary, North Carolina. I'm here with the Mayor's Task Force in support of hiring a recreational therapist. Thank you.
Thank you, William. William's mother, Terry. I also live here in Cary. And I'd like to say good evening to you all, City Council members and members of this audience. William is a man of few words this evening, but I can assure you he talks a lot at home. And we'd like to thank you for providing us this opportunity and forum to hear Will's aspirations for himself and for others with disabilities. Cary is a lovely town of admirable intentions, but the needs of those that are disabled between 22 and 54 are not being adequately addressed. I ask those in the audience who are in support of a therapeutic recreational specialist to either stand or raise your hand at this time so that our council can see that this is an area where there is a need. Thank you. We want our input on the usage of funding account, and equally important, we need a space to come together regularly and routinely for the disabled in support of their endeavors for a healthy and wholesome lifestyle. There's no excuse admirable enough to prohibit their goal of having a full and productive life. As citizens of Cary, we are respectfully asking the council not to deliberate, but to move in favor of allocating funds to hire a therapeutic recreational specialist and for funding to support that age group of 22 to 54-year-olds. This group needs your support because they often lack independent transportation options. They no longer have publicly subsidized or daily educational program options. They face a higher rate of underemployment or unemployment. And they desire socialization without isolation. And they need help to initiate that. They may also require some degree of assistance and tolerance that's not applicable to the general population. They require a facility that can provide for their socialization due to their vulnerability as well as their disabilities. There is another lady here. Annie Fox, would you come forward? Annie and her mother are also with the Mayor's Task Force on Disabilities, and we ask that they conclude my speech now. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Terry. You have the remainder of their 5 minutes.
Hi, I am Amy. I live Cary. I work in Cary. I please consider the problem for and my friend.
Thank you, Amy.
And as being Annie's mom, I am being her spokesperson to add to this. And I would just like to reiterate what Terry said, that our recommendation for the council and for the Department of Parks and Recreation and Cultural Resource is to consider extending existing programs that you already have, activities such as arts and crafts, cooking, gaming, yoga, computer classes, movie and book reviews, discussion groups, karaoke. These are all things that are offered to seniors and offered to younger groups. We would like this group from 22 to 54, yeah. Thank you, to be included. So we feel that the town's recreation department has the support and the insight from the Cary Mayor's Task Force on Disabilities. And in conclusion, our citizens would appreciate a designated area as a meeting place for advocacy. A place to meet, talk, and socialize would enable them to spend time with their friends, meet new friends, and explore such issues as health, issues of guardianship, Medicare, Medicaid, and independent living possibilities. With direction, these adults can provide volunteerism and support to their community, which would be mutually beneficial and fulfilling for both the town and for them. In closing, we thank the mayor.
It's my unfortunate job to have to stop
Okay.
you.
And we thank
but
you.
we thank you and your daughter for coming.
Thank you.
May I have the
Thank
next
you.
speaker, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Adcock, Town Council, and Town Staff. My name's Ian Henshaw. I'm a citizen of Cary and a local business owner. And I want to talk a little bit more about open data and some of the things that you've all been discussing about that. A civic movement was kick-started in town based on the buzz that was created from the activities of your technology task force. The civic movement, with some parts called open source, open data, and open government, has come to Cary in the formation of a Cary Code for America brigade. Code for America started in 2009. It's a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that brings together programmers, designers, data analysts, and other technology professionals to work with municipalities to promote openness, participation, and efficiency in local government. In 2012, Code for America brigades around the country created 27 municipal apps, including things like Honolulu Answers, Where's My School Bus, Adopt a Hydrant. In the Triangle, Our Greenway app was developed at the City Camp Raleigh in 2012. Major focus of Code for America is to reuse apps created by other brigades, and apply them to your own town or city. These apps all depend on the availability of public data, the data the government collects, which belongs to all of us citizens. This is why the town of Cary needs to actively pursue an open data program, and what's in it for the town. First, the town gets useful apps for citizens to use at a low cost. Second, open data has the potential to decrease the operating costs for providing data. The town is obligated to provide data to anyone that asks. A nationwide study of the costs of completing a single public records request gives an average of $1,250 per request. So $1,250. It doesn't take a lot of requests to start coming up to some real money. An open data program providing information on a self-serve basis has the ability to decrease costs to the town and reduce the staff time to fill public records requests. Open data is not just about adding cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henshaw. May I have the next speaker, please?
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem Adcock, council members, Mr. Shavar. I am speaking on
Please
behalf.
give us
my
your
name
name.
is Betsy Dassaw. I'm speaking on behalf of the Cary Creative Reuse Center. What I am trying to present is an urgent plea for funding from as part of the budget of the town of Cary. Cary Creative Center has requested $5,000 in cultural arts funding. Thus far, it will be recommended that we are awarded only $750. Given what we have contributed to the Cary community in 21 free events in 2012, the $8,198 that we're returning to the town through rental of facilities, the 35 tons of material diverted from our waste stream, the economic impact of drawing people to downtown, the potential paid jobs that C3 can offer, the volunteer opportunities for our teens, seniors, limited ability and disabled individuals, artists, crafters, and for court-appointed community service, please consider funding our request of $5,000 by diverting some of the earmarked budget monies from the economic development portion of the budget, which goes to the Cary Chamber of Commerce. If we cannot meet this funding shortfall, Cary Creative Reuse Center will have to curtail most, if not all, of these Cary community events and roll back the center hours that we are open serving the Cary Community Center. I've emailed all of you this information, so I don't want to repeat it again, but I do have the listing down here of all of the events that we have done, 21 events to the town in the past year at no charge to the citizens of Cary nor to the town. We also, this year so far, have done an Arbor Day event here at the Cary Town campus, Herb Fest at the Page Walker Hotel, Wheels on Academy just this past weekend, Cary Train Day, events at the downtown Cary Farmers Market. We're going to do Scoops for the Troops. We do the Cary Art Loop every final Friday. The Cary Art Center is open for downtown Thursday nights music and events programming. Additionally, we've provided revenue to the town by renting the property at 155 Wilkinson Avenue on the Town Hall campus, creating a destination in downtown that draws people to our town from all over Wake County and as far away as Benson, Sanford, Pinehurst, Fayetteville, Chapel Hill, Hillsborough, and even as far away as Lenoir. We have rented the Page Walker Arts and History Center, the Herb Young Community Center, providing even more revenue to the town and creating more interest in the downtown. Cary Creative Center has collected over 35 tons of reusable materials thus far, some from you, keeping these resources out of the waste stream in over 800 individual contributions thus far, including accepting materials from the Town of Cary Planning Department, the Herb Young Community Center, the Town Cary Senior Center. We've accepted more than 5 business and industry donations that prevented over 20 tons of material from entering our landfill. C3 has provided contract work for 8 individuals. With additional funding, we can begin to offer some paid work to those in need of employment. We've logged over 5,000 volunteer hours in 2012 by dedicated people concerned with our environment and how we handle waste in our community. Cary Creative Center is a resource to our citizens, our solid waste management, our cultural arts organizations, and many, many other Cary-based nonprofits. I also emailed each one of you something I found today that in not a suburb, a section of Cleveland, they are starting a creative, what they're saying, establishing first ever creative reuse center with a grant of $375,000. You already have the center here. Is all I'm asking is for a little bit of help in keeping us going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dassall. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm John Mitterling here representing the staff of Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Triangle. I am so glad to be here tonight to speak on behalf of the staff and the volunteers. As you probably know, we serve at-risk children with mentors in Wake, Durham, and Orange counties, and have been doing so for 11 years. We serve over 1,000 children in those 3 counties, 298 now in Wake County, and 52 as of this week in Cary. We use Cary Parks each year for our events, Green Hope School Park every year for our back-to-school picnic for all of our big brothers and big sisters, and little brothers and little sisters, and Ritter Park this Saturday for our spring cookout. We are so grateful for the loyal support that you've given our agency for years, and we ask for your continued support. And so that you can hear firsthand the impact that we can have on children and their mentors, I want to introduce a big brother and little brother in our organization to speak about their experience. Welcome big brother Jonas and his little Talajuan.
Hello, my name is Talajuan Pride. I'm glad to be here to speak to you all about my experience with Big Brothers Big Sisters. It's a great experience. I've enjoyed my time with my big, Jonas Minus, for over 6 years. You know, we've had some good times. I remember the first time to this day, about the first time I met Jonas, you know, I walked in my house and I looked up to him and I was like, man, he is really, really tall. And some days I still think that because, you know, over the last 6 years, I've only grown about 2-3 inches. So, you know, I've been short most of my life. And this guy makes me feel good about myself. It's not nothing that he hasn't done for me in my life to better myself. He helps me with schoolwork. He offers me help with that. along with, taking me out every week. It's not a day or a week that he doesn't want to take his time out and spend with me. He's family to me, and I'm family to him. We treat each other like this is more than just a program. We are actually family now, and I love every day. It's not a day that I don't want to spend with him. Thank you.
So, my name is Jonas Manos. Thank you for giving us a chance to tell our story. It's such a joy to watch Talajuan grow into the confident young man that just spoke to you. And like you said, we've been together for about 6 years. I've watched Talajuan over that time start taking pride in his schoolwork, start thinking about his future, bravely resist the pressure to join a gang, and be the man of his household, take care of his mother and his own little sister. He's just a tremendous, tremendous young man. I would never take credit for any of those good choices that he's making. That credit belongs to him. But it has been a true honor to be a part of his life and to support him while he's making those good choices. And I would say any big brother, big sister volunteer who is up here talking to you would say that we get at least as much out of our relationship with our little brother and sister as they get out of their relationship with us. Thank you for providing support, for helping Big Brothers, Big Sisters do what it does, and I hope you consider continuing to support.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bitterling, Jonas, and Elijah. May I have the next speaker, please?
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Len Neiman, and I'm a C-Tran writer. In interest of full disclosure, I'm also a member of the Committee of the Future Transportation Advisory Group, but tonight I'm speaking as a writer and small business proprietor. Okay. The good news is the fare revenue for C-Tran, once again, is exceeding the expense item on the budget for the personnel services portion of C-Tran. And that's in large part due to the ridership, which you can see on the graph I passed out, increasing from 2010, 150,000 trips a year to almost 300,000 trips a year this year. The bad news is the number of trips has increased from 150,000 to almost 300,000, and the system is stressed because it has not kept up with the increase in riders. There's not enough buses, not enough drivers, not enough routes. Okay. And the proposed 2014 budget, from what I can see, is basically leaving that situation stagnant. And that is going to have serious negative consequences down the road if it doesn't change. And I invite anybody to contact St. Louis County and St. Louis City, Missouri, to ask them what happened when they let that happen in 2008 with their system, which they are now just barely starting to recover from. The second page of the handout has a bunch of information on studies about return on investment for transit. Short form, for every dollar put into transit systems, between $3 and $4 is returned to the economy. Okay? And one of the things that people are looking for, it's the number one thing on the recent rider survey, is increased hours. And it's not just the riders, it's employers looking to staff evening shifts that they can't do with people that don't have cars because the buses stop running so early. It's stores, restaurants, dance studios, what have you, looking for additional customers that they're not getting because the buses stop running in the evening. Okay. Transit is not just a service, it's an economy enhancer. And just ignoring it and leaving it to status quo does not help Cary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Neiman. May I have the next speaker, please?
Hal Goodtree, Cary citizen. Members of your former tech task force were surprised to see $0 allocated to any of our recommendations in the 2014 budget. Maybe the list is too big or the task seems too daunting, but I remain optimistic. We did a public records request for information about staff budgeting of TTF recommendations. I got 2 large discs, 2 gigs of information. That's a lot of pages. I read them all. What I learned was that staff approached the task with enthusiasm and energy. Conspiracy theorists about staff intentions would find no evidence of anything but heartfelt cooperation. In this case, transparency builds trust. Another benefit of open data is saving money. If all this data had been available online, staff time wouldn't have been consumed gathering documents and burning CDs. Still engaged, still optimistic, members of your tech task force have been scouring the 2014 budget and our own recommendations to Council. We agreed that 2 areas we would consider low-hanging fruit and recommend that you reconsider them for funding this year. The first one is some modest steps on open data to pave the way for some mobile applications. And the second is support for Cary's new Code for America Brigade. Just to explain a little bit, Code for America is a nonprofit volunteer organization. It's specifically designed to provide a means for programmers to code for community good. As Ian Henshaw mentioned a moment ago, 27 apps were produced last year in Boston, Detroit, Austin, Raleigh, and elsewhere. These programs are available to us and free. But we need the town's participation to get the most out of these resources. Both of these 2 items that I mentioned, modest pilot program on open data and participating in Cary's Code for America Brigade, we estimate would cost less than $100,000. Boy, it's hard for me to get up here and say that after everyone else has come up with stuff that all sounds so important. I don't envy your position having to make all these decisions. Myself, I'd probably go for pickleball. But last year, I think all of us felt that Council made a courageous decision to begin the long-delayed march to making Cary truly a technology town. But I got to tell you, ideas are perishable. The proposals we made in 2012, many of them will be out of date by the budget of 2015. I urge you to recall why you started the TTF and keep your foot on the gas pedal. Find room in the budget to support a modest pilot program for open data, as well as municipal participation in Cary's Code for America Brigade. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goodtree. Are there other speakers for this budget public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and we will go to our next agenda item. Our next public hearing is Annexation Petition 13A06. Mrs. Grannon of our staff will present the annexation case, and Council may take final action tonight. Thank you, Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. For your consideration is an owner-initiated annexation request for 2.37 acres located at 6804 Brenton Drive. This property is located approximately 2,130 feet west of NC 55 Highway and the Green Level Road West intersection. The property is currently zoned residential 40. It is contiguous to Cary corporate limits. There are no associated site plans or development plans with this project. And following the public hearing, Council may take action on this request. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Grannon. I'll now open the public hearing and invite speakers forward. Anyone who would like to speak on this public hearing? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and ask if council members have any questions or discussion or a motion.
Make a motion to approve annexation 13A06.
Second. There's been a motion and a second to approve annexation 13A06. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Our next public hearing is item E3, Arrington Woods rezoning 12 REZ 28. Mrs. Bierman of our staff will introduce this item, and then we'll hear from our Planning and Zoning Board Chair and then the applicant. After that, I will open the public hearing. Council may take action on this rezoning case this evening.
Good evening. This is a request to rezone approximately 3.18 acres located at the southwest corner of Kildare Farm Road and West Cornwall Road. This is the vicinity map. It shows the site located across from Glen Air and adjacent to the Mayfair Plaza Shopping Center. This is an aerial view of the property. The site contains 2 parcels. One is zoned R12. The other is zoned office and institutional conditional use. On the office and institutional conditional use portion of the site, there are 2 existing zoning conditions. One includes a maximum building height of 40 feet, and the other is a general requirement related to driveways and when the driveway location would be determined. The current zoning has been in place since 1991. The site is also within the Mayfair Community Mixed Use Center, and the Mixed Use Overlay District boundary is outlined here in blue. The proposed zoning district is Mixed Use District. The proposed uses would include a maximum of 72 age-restricted apartments. The age restriction would be implemented by requiring restrictive covenants that would be recorded prior to applying for a building permit. The specific dimensional standards include minimum building setbacks of 20 feet and a maximum height of 38 feet. This is a graphic from the preliminary development plan, and it shows the building, the parking, and sidewalk connections. The preliminary development plan also includes several requested modifications to standards. These include reduced streetscape widths along Kildare Farm Road and West Cornwall Road, and also a reduction to the perimeter buffer adjacent to the stormwater pond that's adjacent to a non-residential parking lot in the commercial center to the south. In addition, there's a parking reduction requested that would reduce the parking from 2.25 spaces per unit down to 1.25 spaces per unit. The land use plan designation on the site, well, there are 2 designations, medium density residential and low density residential. I'd like to point out these designations have not been updated since the adoption of the comprehensive plan in 1996. Since that time, we have added the mixed-use activity centers, and the amount of residential in this particular activity center is well below the minimum target of 400 residential units. This project is considered high density at about 22 units per acre, but it would contribute to creating a better balance of uses within the activity center. There are no stream buffers indicated on Cary's GIS maps, and there are no greenways or street side trails shown on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Cary's transportation plan designates Kildare Farm Road as a major thoroughfare and West Cornwall as a collector. The project did not meet the threshold to require a traffic study, and none was performed. There are 2 existing transit routes on Kildare Farm Road. There's a C-Tran fixed route and a triangle transit route. Property owners within 400 feet were sent letters notifying them of the public hearing. The hearing was also advertised, and the property was posted. Staff has not received any calls or inquiries, and there were no speakers at the Planning and Zoning Board public hearing other than the applicant. And no protest petition was received. This concludes staff's presentation. I would just like to point out that because this is a mixed-use case, that your action on the rezoning is on the entire request as a package, with all of the conditions as voluntarily offered or proposed by the applicant, and that includes the requested modifications to standards. And with that, I'd ask Mr. Swanstrom to present the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board.
Thank you, Ms. Bierman. Mr. Swanstrom?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. I've been looking forward to saying that in Council. As Ms. Bierman indicated, we had a fairly lengthy discussion on this, largely focused on the buffers and the streetscape reductions. The concern was it was a significant departure from our standards. The rationale for making an exception was that it was consistent with properties nearby, actually to the south, and therefore to have a greater streetscape on Kildare Farm Road might actually look inconsistent with the neighboring building to the south. There was also a minor concern about the reduction in parking. I think the majority, the six that voted for it, were comfortable with the fact that since it is age restricted, it is likely to have a lower requirement for parking, and that the recommended parking is probably going to be adequate.
Thank you very much. I now invite the applicant to come forward.
Good evening. My name is Sean Dahl. I'm with Grounded Engineering. I'm here on behalf of the applicant to discuss this project. As Ms. Behrman pointed out, there are a few reductions or requests that we have provided with this application. I'll briefly talk about those, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. With regards to the parking reduction, again, this is proposed as an age-restricted apartment complex. This is we have done several of these across the state, and just for comparison, I brought some numbers. 4 other ones that we have done in recent years. The parking ratio averaged between 0.7 and 1.5 spaces per unit, and each of those, when we visited the site, there were still numerous parking spaces that were being unused on the sites. The typical resident who resides at these facilities, a lot of them, they do not own cars or use infrequent trips with their vehicles. We also specifically locate these along public transit lines, so it provides public transit opportunities for the residents to utilize. We also try to create very pedestrian friendly with a lot of connectivity to encourage walking to the other uses and needs that may be in close proximity. With the buffer reduction, we have intentionally located the building as such that the parking will not be visible from the streets. It is hidden behind the buildings. The building itself will be the focal point, and with an attractive architecture design, we believe that the reduction in the buffer is justifiable and reasonable. In looking at the similar buffers that are in close proximity to this project as well, we believe it is very similar to, or in some cases actually larger than, the buffers that exist adjacent to the property. To quickly expand upon a few other things, again, we believe the development provides a pedestrian-friendly project with a focus on connectivity. We've heard a lot of those tonight, a lot of requests that came up here before were focused on providing connectivity or walking in healthy type development environments. It provides a diversified housing option in accordance with the town goals and guidelines. We believe we are providing a quality and appropriate use for this specific location. The public improvements that will be provided with this are significant and to the benefit of all Cary citizens. And as Ms. Behrman pointed out, the use that we are providing does not exist in the Mayfair overlay district, and we believe it is an appropriate and needed use in this specific location. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll now close the public hearing unless Ms. Behrman has anything to add. Do you have anything to add before I close the public hearing?
That was the applicant's comments.
Oh, I am so sorry. I will open the public hearing. Yeah, you have to open before you close. Let me ask if there are any speakers to speak in favor of this rezoning case. See no one coming to the mic. Is there anyone to speak against this rezoning case? Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Lisa Wood. I live at 100 Epping Way. And this isn't necessarily for or against. I guess I'm kind of behind the times on what's happening on that corner. So I just had some questions because I live directly across from the entrance of Glen Eyre. And I was there in 1990 before Glen Eyre was built. And I have a 14-year-old son who will be driving soon, and Glen Air apparently does not let people that visit them park inside Glen Air, so they're all along the street. So when I try to pull out of my street, they're parked all along there. If you try, and a lot of times there's people on both sides, so any kind of traffic trying to get through, and I'm dodging it all the time. So 14 and a half, my son will start driving, so I'll be much more concerned about that. So I looked on the website to look and see all of the information I could get ahead of time. So the positive part is I am currently right now looking at bringing my mother up here, who's in an independent retirement community in Wilmington. So I saw this as age restricted, but I don't know, is that independent living or you know, what kind of facility that is. And like I said, I'm probably behind the times. I did go to the summit, future summit. I know that our development needs to be mostly infill because we don't have any, you know, we don't have a lot of other land. So I'm not opposed to this. I just had some questions. Also, because most of you don't know this, but we're at like kind of the bottom of the hill. The people across from me, their yard floods all the time. And so just, I know I looked at the site, it looks like there's some collection ponds and things like that. So, you know, just questions like that.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else to speak during the public hearing? If not, I will close the public hearing and invite the staff or the applicant. Well, let me just ask you if council members have questions, because maybe you have some of the same questions as the speaker, and we can get those cleared up.
Sure. You're looking at me?
Well, I was looking at you, Mr. Yerha. You're right.
Well, I really think this is an excellent site for age-restricted housing. With transit, walkability to retail, I think that's excellent. And I actually have no objections to the buffer or streetscape reductions either. Mr. Swanstrom, the reason P&Z passed it is I agree with them. I think it would look out of place almost if we had our maximum buffers there. But I do have two concerns, and one is the parking. I know, Mr. Dahl, was that your name? I know you're the expert on this, and you have those numbers that it worked everywhere else. I'm no expert. But from 2 1/4 down to 1 1/4, generally, I like parking reductions. Less impervious surface, I mean, if we can get away with it, it's wonderful. But that's a big reduction from our standards, 2 1/4 to 1 1/4. And I know age restricted, well, 55 and over. Some of us on this council are approaching age 55. Some of us from the other direction are approaching age 55. And I don't necessarily consider us old. And what I fear is going to happen is that there will be parking in maybe the adjacent parking lots. There will be parking along the side streets, as the speaker indicated before, is occurring already as far as Glen Air is concerned. I just think that's too much of a reduction. It just doesn't seem intuitive to me that we can go from 2 1/4 down to 1 1/4 and make it work. And my other concern was one that's not mentioned here, and maybe it's just me, and maybe you can talk to me more about that, is that right now it's a pretty open space, and we're going to a rather imposing 3-story building on both streets, and we're going to have the rear of that 3-story building facing the streets. I know we have guidelines for that to make it look pretty, and I know you said there would be architecturally enhanced or whatever you had indicated. But I still think that somewhere down the road, when these big buildings are going to be put there, and we're going to have the rear of these buildings, someone is going to be driving by there and saying, what were they thinking? Because we get questions about rear of buildings now facing the street. So anyway, those are the two concerns that I have. I think it's a great project and a great site for it. I'm okay with most of the major stuff, but I do have trouble with those two areas.
Did you actually have a question that you wanted the applicant to answer?
Well, if you can tell us a little bit more about the architectural enhancements or whatever you're going to be doing to the rear of the building, I would be appreciated.
Do you want to hear about parking too, or had you reached a conclusion on that?
I'd like to hear about parking while he's
Okay, so if we would ask the applicant to answer those for us, that'd be great.
Wonderful, I'm happy to. I'll start with the architecture.
Excuse me, may I ask that we go back to the drawing of the building, the layout
On
box?
on the slide. Thanks, Mary.
Slide, sure.
Thanks, Jennifer.
With regards to the architecture, the architectural design has not been completed yet. obviously it will be in compliance with all Town of Cary requirements, and recognizing that the rear of the building is the one that is the most visible from the street. The intention is to make the rear of the building as attractive, if not more, than what would technically be called the front of the building, the main entrance of the building. With regards to the question or concern about the height of the building, one thing I would suggest or keep in mind is that even with the 30-foot buffer and the offset that's required off of the buffer and the distance from the right-of-way to the road, the building itself will still be somewhere between 45 and 50 feet away from the traffic itself. So it's not right up on the road. There still is a significant distance between the road, the traffic itself, and the building, and that distance is greater than the proposed height of the building. So that's one thing to keep in mind in terms of the scale and how they work together. With regards to the parking, I don't have multiple copies of it, but I'm happy to give you some aerial images of those 4 sites that I just referred to, where you can clearly see these are from Google, so we didn't take them at our own convenience or our time of day, but they clearly show the parking is not being fully utilized, and there are still several vacant spaces available for these, and all of these specific developments that I referred to earlier are at or near 100% filled. So I'm happy to pass those around if those will help you.
Feel free to do that, and let me ask Ms. Bush, who's indicating to me she had a follow-up question.
Yeah, just since you're on the parking line, I'm
Yes,
going
ma'am.
to let you go with that. It's interesting when you're sharing with us that you're seeing empty parking spaces, right? Is that on the weekends? Is that during the day? The only reason I'm asking you, to be perfectly transparent here, is we actually had an applicant come before us for Waltonwood where they wanted to add 31 parking spaces, and they had followed the town's guidelines for parking because they were finding in an age-restricted community that on the weekends they were running out. So I'm hearing a bit of difference. So I'd be interested in your comments and also in staff's take on this as well.
Yeah, it's a great question. And with regards to, so what we did was obviously those aerial images, I couldn't tell you what time of day they were taken. They were taken at some point in time during the day. I don't know if it was a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday. But what we did was we had one of the representatives associated with the development team go out and visit these sites. They did so at different times during the week to take a look and to figure out what is are these things being fully utilized with regards to the parking spaces that exist out there. And what we found is what you see exactly in those photos right there is that they're not. And again, having done multiple of these developments before, the same developer, a lot of times when we build to the town requirements, we find that we have a lot of vacant spaces that are not utilized that, again, generate additional storm runoff, require additional impervious area, take up additional land that could otherwise be landscaped or planted. And it's a common theme throughout the projects when they are built traditionally to the municipal standards. So, and also the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency that supports and provides a lot of these housing units, they recommend 2/3 of a space per unit. And so what we're providing is above that. But if you look at some of those ones I passed around, they range between 0.7 and 1.5. 3 of them are 0.7, 0.75, and 0.85 spaces per unit. So they're slightly above that 2/3 space per unit that's recommended by the Housing Finance Agency.
Let me ask Mary or this other staff if they have anything to add to that.
Yes, I do have something to add. When you look at the Waltonwood example, that is an assisted living facility. So the way that the amount of parking that's required is calculated is different to start with. This use is independent living. It's apartments. So it's just apartments. The only difference from any other multifamily unit is the fact that it's age restricted. The needs with Waltonwood or an assisted living came into play when you have staff, a number of staff that works with the residents, and when you have shifts that overlap. And so there's certain times when there were greater parking needs to try to accommodate the staffing needs and the shifts that occur. So just pointing out that there is a difference between what we have seen with some of those issues as opposed to what would strictly be age-restricted multifamily.
Thank you very much. Mr. Frantz.
Thank you. First question regarding, I guess, process or consistency. You said we were voting for this whole thing as an entire package, but at our last council meeting, we had a proposal before us where we voted on rezoning separately from the waivers. I'm trying to understand that.
Okay, that's a good question. In the last case that you're referring to, there were some of the waivers that were included in the rezoning request. There were several that were voted on separately because there were items that were addressed through that were subdivision-related requirements, as opposed to just the dimensional, as opposed to requirements that are just included for site plans. So and that's something that you will see more in the future, that there's certain requirements, if it's requirements that are part of a subdivision process that are waivers, then those need to be acted on separately. In this case, these are all site plan requirements, okay, and they are included in the rezoning action.
Okay, that helps a little bit. I'll probably follow up with you at a later date to better understand that. Okay. Another question, aren't most of all of our apartment complexes built with the backs facing the thoroughfares and parking internal? I mean, don't we always try to hide parking and structure them that way when apartments are constructed? I mean, I can drive down Maynard Road and you see nothing but the back of apartment decks and all that stuff all day long. So I'm trying to understand your concern about the rear of the building, Mr. Yerha. Every apartment complex I drive by looks like that. So that's not so much a concern to me. The parking reduction, I'm a little it's not a deal breaker for me. I don't know that a bunch of seniors in their Buicks are going to be taking up that much parking spaces.
Well, you would know, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, this is West Cornwall. I live on East Cornwall. Okay, so this is pretty close to my neighborhood and my community, and I haven't heard, except for the lady that just spoke tonight, I have not heard one concern voiced about the project. Most people in my neighborhood that I speak to are pretty excited about this project and the Glen Eyre project and some of the others that are happening. They're getting a lot of new investment in the area. It's going to help the surrounding community. You're going to have two quadrants across the street that are going to come to us at one time or another for probably a very similar type of proposal. It's going to happen. Street parking, you can drive down East Cornwall, West Cornwall. There are cars parked on the street all the time. This would be more of a temporary nature. People coming to visit maybe or things like that. And we've all seen it at Glen Eyre, town events or what other events, parking lot's full, you start parking on the street.
Mother's Day.
But it's a temporary thing. My biggest concern, honestly, is when I look at the site plan where you've widened that part of Kildare Farm Road and then it stops and you get that same stupid thing that we've got out in front of BB&T. To me, that's my biggest concern about the project. I hate that. And you got this little stupid stub sticking out right before you turn into the Kmart stuff, and people are going to drive over that thing big time. That's my concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Frantz. I think Ms. Robinson had a...
Okay, well, I'll second Don's comment about those, where the road comes back out the additional 3 or 4 feet. That is kind of strange, and I think the council needs to look at that in the future and see what we can do to try to keep that from happening, because we have these short segments where you have the road come out, and it seems so wrong.
It's weird.
So, yeah, it's very strange. But I'd like to ask staff about the flooding, since that was raised by a nearby resident. Can you tell us about how the water is going to be handled on site so that she doesn't need to be concerned about any exacerbation of flooding in that area?
Well, as you can see on the plan that has been presented as the preliminary development plan, so conceptually what's submitted would be similar to this, and it's pretty far along, so it's I would expect this to be close to what's actually submitted, given the level of engineering with this. They are showing the storm pond that would be, the location of it is shown near the parking lot, adjacent to the parking lot. And at the time of this site plan approval, that would be reviewed to, so that the stormwater meets all of the requirements that are found in the LDO for managing and controlling the stormwater to prevent off-site impacts.
And our standard now is that it doesn't increase flooding beyond what the pre-development conditions were.
That's correct.
Okay, so she should expect it to not change with the provisions being made on site.
That is correct.
Or possibly get better.
And possibly even get
Possibly.
better. Well, wouldn't that be nice? Possibly. I have a question because I'm in agreement with those that, well, particularly Ed, who said that the only concern he has is about the aesthetics since we're decreasing the buffer along the road. We won't be seeing what those aesthetics are. We won't see how it turns out looking. So I guess, should we vote for this? I'd say that we're voting for it with confidence that it's going to come back looking really good and hoping that staff will look at it with a critical eye to make sure that it does have a very high standard. I'm just kind of wondering, we don't often do this, but is it possible when we're lowering our standards like this to allow something that, like decreasing our buffer here, do we ever have council take a second look, like take a look at the site plan when it comes in for aesthetics, since we're giving the applicant something, but we're hoping that he's going to be true to his word when he comes back on that site plan?
I'd like to recognize Mr. Frantz to make a comment.
Was it the last meeting or the meeting before, we just amended our LDO that took what you're saying exactly into consideration, where they had that main side. We now are requiring all the sides to meet the town's architectural standards.
Right, yeah, I know that, but I mean, but it can still be done ugly. I'm just, right? I mean,
You're saying you're worried it'll be equally ugly on all four sides?
equally ugly on all sides. I'm just wondering if there's any.
In terms of, are you referring to the building itself or
The building itself,
landscaping?
not the landscaping, but the building
With the building itself, in terms of the zoning conditions, we have no graphic to indicate what the building would actually look like beyond this footprint. The standards, one of the main standards in the design standards that we have that we would measure that by is the minimum 35% masonry that would apply to those sides. So that, I mean, we would be, the plan would be reviewed to ensure that it meets the architectural standards that are required at the time of the site plan approval, and that would just be a staff decision with reviewing that. The applicant has not offered any additional conditions, related to specifically what the architecture would look like in addition to what would be required by the standards.
Okay, I guess that gives me some concern. If we're going to be allowing this to move so much closer to the road, I want it to look really good. And I don't have 100% confidence that the standards that we have will get us there, so. Yeah.
Existing town standards?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I just don't. Why are you looking at it that way? I mean, like, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, they're fine standards, but we often see people who, like, let's take an example of when we have storage units come in and they say, oh, we want to put in a storage unit here and we're going to bump up our masonry by X percentage. That's a condition of our rezoning because we know that it's going to be visual blight. I mean, in the same vein, this is coming very close to the road. It ought to look better than something that's set back further and has more landscaping. So I would expect if you are bringing a building closer to the road, you would have corresponding conditions that would ensure that the aesthetics of the building are greater.
Are you proposing that, or are you suggesting that one way to address that, since there's no guarantee about the design, that the buffer not be reduced?
Could, but that would completely change his project. I mean, we can't.
But that's when
we
you
can
talk
deny
about closeness to the road. I was just curious as to where you're going with that.
I mean, I guess the options before us, if other people agreed with me, the options before us would be to table it and allow him to consider adding conditions and coming back to us, conditions for aesthetic control, or we could deny it, or you guys could disagree with me and say, no, I think these are just fine, and approve it.
Great. Mr. Smith's patiently waited.
No, those are three good options.
There you go.
Yeah, I think, one, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that you brought up about the assisted living, because I see that, you know, not just at Walton Wood, I see it at Woodland Terrace and everything else. There's parking problems. And I always wonder about some of our parking standards that have kind of this future look that everybody's driving a little Fiat or Mini Cooper, yet in a lot of the age restricted, I see some awful big vehicles, you know. I mean, as I get older, I know I'm far away from that 55, but as I get older, it's going to be a big car. It's not going to be a little car. So I just hope that we're going to see more of these, and I just hope that we're really looking at and following up, because I tend to agree. It's not a deal breaker, but I sure don't like that reduction. I think we may regret it. Now, we've got a whole empty parking lot next door, so I don't think you have to have everybody parking on the street. But I do think if we're going to see more of these, we really have to have our data and our backup information on parking guidelines in order. And not to say we don't, but I just want to see more of it as we see more of these type of things coming to Cary.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate that. And I believe Mr. Frantz.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 12-REZ-28.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion?
So is there an opportunity to, going back to the whole process that I think Mr. Frantz brought up, to remove some of the waivers and to take them one at a time and see if they are supported by council?
You could certainly discuss them, but in terms of taking action on the rezoning, you would need to take your action on the rezoning as a whole, including those reductions, because they are a part of the package in this scenario, since they aren't separate subdivision requirements that would need to be addressed separately.
Because I'm just giving the applicant getting more of a sense of how we feel about certain areas. There's a possibility. I don't want this to die on the table, if it will, if the applicant is willing to make some changes.
Would I mean, obviously, we would rather come back to you in lieu of getting a recommendation for denial. If there, you know, some of the concerns in listening going across, with the exception of Ms. Robinson, I didn't hear anything. I kept hearing it wasn't a deal breaker with their concerns regarding the architecture. I mean, can you speak to what the specific concerns are, so that we can, if we take this back, we can provide the opportunity to make sure we address those?
Mr. Smith wanted to go first on that.
Well, I'm kind of embarrassed. I mean, as you were asking for a motion and a second, and you were looking that way, I was still trying to say second when you kind of closed
sorry.
it. So, if that ship is sailed,
No, that ship is not sailed, because that motion died, so we're...
I mean, I was looking and...
You got to do this.
I'm not quick, man, you know,
Well,
you're quick, you know, but...
Then I would just ask that
So my
council...
intent was to go to second Don's.
It is appropriate to make a motion at this time.
Make a motion to approve 12-REZ-28.
Second.
Thank you.
That's
Now we're just, yes, that was much better. Good work. Good response time. So the motion before us is approval of this case. Discussion about this motion.
My question is, since no one else besides Jack jumped quickly to second, I'd like to know what the reservations are that are keeping the other council members from wanting to approve it. For me, I would like to have conditions that ensure great aesthetic quality, since we are reducing the buffer. That's my concern. I don't think it's insurmountable. I think it's something that you can easily address and bring back to council. But I want to find out if there's other concerns, if people have the same concern I do, or if they have the concern that there's just not enough parking and this would never be okay with this many units and those few parking spots.
Two concerns, the one that you just mentioned, plus the parking.
Okay. And my concern is mostly around the parking. And also, I just took a look while we were talking. The Cary retirement residence that we approved, 12 REZ 10, the one that's by Cary Town Mall, stayed more to our guidelines, and that's a very similar, but active adult, active 80-year-olds, remember? And I think we all, you know, supported that type of higher number of parking spaces. I'm not saying go all the way, but I think that going down to just above the minimum, which is 60, you know, 0.66, doing 7, I'm very uncomfortable with that, getting so far away from our standard.
So if this motion does not pass, then I would be up for making a motion that we table this and give the applicant a chance to kind of rework this, given some of our concerns.
But may I ask
If the motion fails, then that's it.
Year, yeah.
Then we would have to waive the 1-year waiting period.
I thought we could make a
Well,
follow-up
that's
motion.
well, no, another motion's in order, but I'm just wondering if tabling is the right thing to do, because tabling means the same thing comes before us, right? Wouldn't the applicant want to withdraw the case
Or refer back to P&Z?
and make some, because the conditions have to come from the applicant, what would be the appropriate thing to do, Ms. Simpson?
I think it probably would have to go back to P&Z. Is that correct, Ms. Bierman?
If you directed it back to P&Z, they could go back to P&Z for another public hearing. If the conditions are changed to be more restrictive than the current conditions that we have, then it would be your option to consider that, or it would also be your option if you would like for it to go back to P&Z to see if the vote would be different or to get other feedback on those changes.
Well, I just want to be fair, if it's
Sure,
okay,
yes,
I'll
Ms.
make
Bush.
a comment. P&Z already recommended approval at 6-3. So although I always love to get the feedback from P&Z, they already thought, although 6-3, you know, it wasn't unanimous, but there were some concerns expressed by some of them. I think council here has more concerns around those particular items, and I'm not sure that sending it back to P&Z when they already approved what we have is
So you're saying if something were to come forward from the applicant that was more restrictive, sending it back to P&Z, who had approved it as less restrictive, would not be as productive or logical?
Yeah, so maybe it might end up being 7-2.
But is that still a tabling of the case, or is that's not a withdrawal, because then you have to wait a year, so you don't want to do that, I know. So the applicant would like to speak, and then...
I just want to answer one thing, just to make sure that I didn't lead you astray earlier with the stuff about the North Carolina Housing Finance. The parking ratio that we're proposing for this one is a minimum of 1.25. It's not the 0.67. And what we've actually provided on the site plan associated with this is actually a ratio of 1.45. So it's closer to 1.5 spaces per unit, not the 0.67. So I didn't want to make sure you weren't locked in on that 0.67 and think that's what we were asking for.
You're absolutely right. I was a little locked in on that, but still, I'm with Mr. Yerha that I still think it's too far of a leap for me.
Okay. Other comments?
One of my thoughts, and probably why I was so hesitant at first, is I was just trying to distill the concerns that I heard, you know, from my peers, and also, you know, the value of this this development at the location that it is. And it really is, you know, I think if it was really outstanding and all that was there, we wouldn't even be having this discussion right now. But I do think all in all, there are some concerns, but, you know, I think a lot of it is addressed, and I think there's still some leveraging that can go on during the site plan review and all of that. But, you know, I just hope you hear the message that I think it fits into the community, but I think what we're trying to do as we improve this area is to really have a high standard for this. And I do like the shape, I do like the look. I think the setback fits well there. I hope that it helps with, what do you call it, shutters and windows for some of those empty buildings, you know, in the Mayfair Plaza. And so I think, you know, for me, that, again, the reason I'm so hesitant is I think overall having a show of development happening there, and the fact that we have some potential for some other development across, and the fact that we have a plaza that is one that we would really like to see turn around. You know, I think a lot of those factors kind of tip me in the to support it, even though there are some concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Frantz is patiently waiting, and Ms. Simpson wanted to make a comment.
Do you
Madam
need to
Chair.
say something quick, or?
I was just going to suggest that I think we can table it with the understanding that the applicant would come back with the changes they feel are appropriate.
Can you, we just approved Glen Air expansion across the street, council meeting or two ago. What were their buffer setbacks?
I believe that there's a 30-foot, I don't know, I know there's a 30-foot streetscape along the existing portion of Glen Air. I don't know what the specific setbacks, if there were any
Can
specific
somebody answer that in regards to how it
Ms.
compares
Grannon's
to this
going
one?
to address that for you, Mr. France.
The Glen Air case did have the 50-foot streetscape on Kildare Farm Road and a 30-foot streetscape on Cornwall.
Okay, so more than what we have here.
Right.
They stuck with what the ordinance says, I
Okay.
believe, is what they
Well,
did.
Ms. Bush made a comment about fair, and that's what kind of triggered that. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and withdraw my motion to approve if the second is willing.
I'm looking at you, Mr. Smith. Would you like to withdraw your second?
I still kind of like it. It took me so long to second it. You know.
It was such an
But
achievement.
I'll respect
I think he
Mr.
has a
Friends.
noble intention here.
I will.
Okay, so the motion's been withdrawn.
Okay, I'll make a follow-up motion to table this until our next council meeting.
I want to clarify, that motion went once we get a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, and is your intent, Mr. France, to give the applicant time to consider applicant-offered conditions?
Yeah.
Okay. And Ms. Bierman?
Could I just make a comment with relation to the timing, that we would need at least to have the second meeting of the month to be able to have time to get conditions and have that incorporated in a staff report to get back to you?
Okay.
So that's June 27th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to table this case until our June 27th council meeting to allow the applicant to consider additional conditions, and there is a second. Is there additional discussion? Seeing none, may we have, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. We thank the staff and we thank the applicant. We will not take action on the comprehensive plan consistency pertaining to this rezoning because it is not in order at this time. Our next public hearing is rezoning 12 REZ 13, Village Subdivisions and Towns rezoning. Mrs. Bierman will introduce the item, then we'll hear from our Planning and Zoning Board Chair, and then the applicant. After that, I'll open the public hearing. The council may take action on this rezoning this evening. Thank you, Ms. Bierman.
This is a request to rezone approximately 37.2 acres. It's located south of Wake Road and west of Green Level Church Road in the far northeast, northwest corner of Cary. And this is an aerial view of the site. You can see it's adjacent to the Austin Ridge Elementary School, and you can also see it in relationship to NC 55 and Kit Creek Road. About 24 acres of the site is currently zoned ORD, Office Research and Development. The remaining 13 acres is zoned R40. The site is also within the Village at the Park Neighborhood Activity Center, and the mixed-use overlay district that the site is within is outlined with the blue dashed line. The proposed zoning district is mixed-use district. The proposed uses include 85 to 99 townhomes that would be located north of Kit Creek, an additional 30 to 35 townhomes and 30 single-family lots would be located south of Kit Creek Road for a total of 115 to 130 residential units that represents a maximum density of 4.3 units per acre. The preliminary development plan does include several requested modifications to standards, and these include reduced streetscape widths along the road frontages, and you can see those outlined or striped with the green area. And there's also a request to terminate one of the subdivision streets, Street G, short of the western property line. And I'll point out that although the road construction would stop short of the property line, the right-of-way dedication would go all the way to the property. I do want to point out that staff does have a couple of concerns related to the buffer and open space that is proposed along a portion of the western property line. We have a standard that requires a maximum 65-foot buffer width in the mixed-use overlay district. The purpose of this is to encourage a more compact and cohesive development that's envisioned in the mixed-use centers. And because this is something that's a requirement overall in the overlay district, it's not one where a waiver or reduction can be requested like most of the other standards that we have. In this case, the preliminary development plan includes a 65-foot undisturbed buffer adjacent to the property. There's also an additional 35-foot strip of open space with a pedestrian trail adjacent to that buffer. And by providing a trail in this 35-foot strip, this creates a distinction between the perimeter buffer, which is limited to 65 feet, and the additional open space area in a manner that we feel would comply with the land development ordinance to achieve some goals of the applicant that he will be speaking to. In addition, there is an 8-foot fence proposed along the inner boundary of the open space, and this is also an area of concern. The preliminary development plan specifies that the trail would not be accessible from the residential lots, and staff has a concern with this because if that's the case, then the open space that's owned and maintained by the homeowners association would not be adjacent would not be accessible to the adjacent residents. Creates issues for maintenance of that area and also possible complaints from future homeowners that wouldn't have access to their open space. So that being said, this is an illustration of what I just described. This is a portion of one of the sheets from the preliminary development plan. It shows the 65-foot buffer area, and then the shaded area is a 35 feet of additional open space that would have the trail, and then there's a note on the plan and the arrow that shows that the fence would actually be along this property line behind the residential lots. And this is just another zoomed in view of that area. And again, we just have some concerns with the fence being required immediately adjacent to that open space behind the property lines where the residents would not have access to that. The site is in the Northwest Area Plan. It has a plan designation of mixed use and medium density residential, and note 3 in the plan states that the medium density residential area should transition from single family or transition to single family detached units along the western property line, and the plan that is submitted does accomplish that. The site is impacted by stream buffers. The final determination of these features will be made at the time of the site plan approval. The Parks and Greenways Master Plan calls for a street side trail along Green Level Church Road, and this is provided in the preliminary development plan. Cary Transportation Plan designates Green Level Church Road and Kit Creek Road as major thoroughfares and Wake Road as a collector. Traffic study was conducted. The plan includes a commitment to complete the recommended improvements with the exception of a traffic signal and realignment at Green Level Church Road and O'Kelly Chapel Road. The conditions also include a provision that was required in the traffic study for a second eastbound left turn lane on Kit Creek Road at 55. However, I would just point out that this requirement from the plan, from the traffic study, is not addressed if the first eastbound left turn lane is not already constructed by others at that time. And this just shows an extended aerial view where you can see O'Kelly Chapel Road and the other intersections where those that I just referenced with those traffic improvements. There are no existing or planned transit routes adjoining the site, but there is a future C-Tran route planned along Kit Creek Road and Green Level Church Road that would be to the east and south of the site, and you can see that with the green dashed line. Property owners within 400 feet were notified of the hearing. The hearing was advertised and the property was posted. At the Planning and Zoning Board public hearing, which was held on April 15th, one adjoining property owner spoke in favor of the request, including a 100-foot buffer along the portion of the western property line that I just discussed. No protest petition was submitted. This concludes staff's presentation. Again, just to point out that your action is on the, in this case, is on the entire rezoning package with the waivers as requested. And with that, I'll ask Mr. Swanstrom to present the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board.
Thank you, Ms. Bierman. Mr. Swanstrom.
As indicated on the slide, our vote was 8-1 in favor of this. We had a couple concerns, and we spent a great deal of time talking about this maximum 65-foot undisturbed buffer, and the neighbor to the west, frankly, wanted more of a buffer. And the developer, as we understood it, was accommodating that by putting this additional 35-foot strip. But then, and I'm not sure that this was clearly articulated because we had some questions about it. The impression was that the fence that we've been talking about was really designed to provide a convenience to some privacy for the homeowners that would abut this additional 35-foot strip. We frankly thought it was a fairly creative solution. We did discuss the fact that we think that maybe it's not entirely rational to have in our LDO a 65-foot maximum, because there are cases like this where more is better, and we should have the flexibility to do more if more is better.
Thank you, Mr. Swanstrom. I'll now open the public hearing and invite any speaker for or against to come forward.
The applicant's presentation.
Oh, golly, poor old applicant. I'm sorry, applicant. Come on down.
Oh, that's okay.
Sorry, Glenda.
I just thought that was new.
Well, it is tonight, apparently. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, not at all. Good evening. My name is Glenda Topp with Glenda S. Topp and Associates. I'm here tonight representing the property owners. The request is to rezone approximately 37 acres located west of Green Level Church Road and south of West Road from ORD and R40 to a mixed-use designation, and there is an associated preliminary development plan. This is an area where there are properties that many years ago did have an ORD zoning. So it's not the only area out there, but it does have ORD and R40 zoning. The proposed preliminary development plan is in compliance with the Northwest Area Plan. I want to point out that in September of 2012, the land use plan was amended by council. Because the property is located in a mixed-use overlay district, you cannot, as it's currently written with the mixed-use overlay district, you cannot run the two concurrent. So we had to go through the land use plan amendment first, which did get approved, and now we are back for the rezoning with the preliminary development plan. The requested rezoning will improve the balance of residential uses within the activity center by adding a medium-density residential townhome development component to the existing housing stock. Currently, the area is primarily high-density multifamily with apartments to the east of our site and low-density single-family lots to the north and west. With our proposal of medium density, with our layout, we are providing a transition between the higher density developments on the east to the existing single-family developments to the west and north. We are providing an internal transition with our development by locating single-family lots adjacent to the existing low-density single-family. And we are also separating the detached units in our project from the proposed townhomes with a road, thus further protecting the existing residents. I want to point out that we have worked closely with the adjacent property owners through the land use amendment and rezoning process, and we believe the layout is sensitive to the concerns of the residents while meeting the development goals of the Northwest Area Plan. The purpose of the rezoning is to determine whether or not the land uses and densities allowed in the proposed zoning district are appropriate for the site, and we believe we have met this criteria. What I want to end with is a brief discussion about the 100-foot buffer, and again, that was raised by staff and the planning board chair. The 100-foot buffer that we, we're hoping to be able to provide is next to the Reese property to the west and the Pool property to the north. The property owners have been working with the adjacent property owners for quite a while, and this was way before the land use plan amendment came in, and of course the zoning for the property that we are considering here tonight. Through these discussions, we agreed, or the owners of the property agreed, to provide a 100-foot buffer next to the very low density development that is adjacent to this property, and that is something that, as pointed out with one of the speakers who came to the public hearing, was very important to maintain their very low density transitioning to a mixed-use overlay district. So when we started the process, we fully anticipated being able to provide 100 feet as a condition of the preliminary development plan. We were informed by staff, as was pointed out, that there is a requirement in the mixed-use overlay district that the maximum buffer that can be provided is 65 feet, and apparently there is no provision for council to waive that requirement, that it has to be 65 feet. So we came up with what we thought was an alternative to the 100 feet, but meeting the intent, well, it would meet the requirements of the LDO, but also give the adjacent property owners what they wanted. We proposed a 35-foot linear strip of open space behind the rear of the single-family homes, and then adjacent to that was an additional 65 feet of buffer. And we did not see anything in the LDO that would prevent that linear strip of open space. So between the open space and the 65 feet, it would total 100 feet, and we would not be exceeding the 65-foot buffer. Again, we want the 35 feet to be linear open space, basically undisturbed. Staff has come back and they've recommended that the 35 feet become an active recreation area with a trail within it. It's our desire to keep that 35 feet linear open space, and this is important in order for the buffer and the open space to remain undisturbed and the integrity of the purpose of it to be maintained. We ask council to either approve the 100 feet, if that's possible, or as an alternative, the 35 feet of linear open space with an additional 65-foot buffer. In conclusion, we have received the support of the adjacent property owners, and we want to honor our commitments, and we ask for your support in helping us do this, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak for the applicant, Glenda, or just you? Okay, I will now open the public hearing and invite the first speaker.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Edmund Reese. My wife and I own the 40 acres abutting the western border of the proposed development. We've been living there since 1973, and unfortunately, our house is situated quite close to the rear property line of the proposed development. And over the years, we've worked very closely with the developers, and though we were very much concerned about preserving our privacy, we finally reached an agreement whereby the developers agreed to provide both the 100-foot buffer of undisturbed woods between us and the proposed lots, and a solid 8-foot fence running at the buffer line for the entire length of the property. Now, we thought everything was in place until at the recent hearing of the Planning and Zoning Board, we discovered that Cary ordinances only allowed perimeter buffers of up to a maximum of 65 feet, and that the additional 35 feet promised us would have to be called recreational open space. Now, although the name for it really didn't matter to us as long as it amounted to 100 undisturbed feet, we were surprised to be told that the planning department was proposing a meandering trail on the 35 feet. That is, on our side of the 8-foot fence, a trail would run through the woods the entire length of the property. This didn't make any sense to us at all, since a trail defeats the whole point of both fence and buffer. And obviously the buffer would no longer preserve undisturbed woods. Moreover, the fence would no longer be solid, since it would have to provide entry from the development. Nor would the fence provide the privacy that was the whole reason for our wanting it. We have many animals on our property, ducks and geese on our lake, dozens of chickens that wander everywhere, and most noteworthy, 8 peacocks. We fear that the cries of these animals, especially those of the peacocks, which carry over surprisingly long distances, would so attract the curious that they would venture off the meandering path and come through the woods to the 4-foot-high hog wire fence that borders our backyard very close to our house. There they would also have an up-close view of our outdoor swimming pool, and the presence of these strangers might very well alarm not only several aggressive roosters that with their hens love to scratch at that wood's edge, but also our dogs, rescue Doberman, who've never seen anyone in these woods, certainly not at the backyard fence. They would be immensely protective, a scenario best avoided. In the 40 years we've lived here, we've never had any trouble with trespassers, and we certainly don't want trouble now. The developers recognize that over the years we've created a way of life here that's not easily duplicated, and they've wanted to help us preserve it. We're not selling our property, as builders and developers have come to recognize. We will be putting the property in land conservancy. And the insistence on the planning department that the perimeter buffer cannot be more than 65 feet seems to me an instance of insisting at the letter of the law at the expense of its spirit. Moreover, given the unusual situation when developer and adjoining homeowner are in full agreement, it seems to me misguided for the town of Cary to stand in the way. Such an attitude can only discourage homeowners from trying to work out compromises with developers. Such was the feeling of the Planning and Zoning Board, which listened, agreed with us, and voted 8-1 to approve the rezoning with our conditions intact. In spite of that vote, the buffer and the trail still apparently remain issues. I urge you, the Town Council, to reaffirm the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation and permit the developers to give us what they promised, an actual undisturbed buffer of 100 feet along with the solid fence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Other speakers for the public hearing? I said thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roy Mashburn. I represent the property ownership group for Village at the Park. We've owned the property for about 14 years. I met Dr. Reese probably in 2000, 2001, and believe it or not, we started discussing this very issue over 10 years ago. They own approximately, together with Ms. Poole, 48 acres to our western property line. I want to point out that his property is the land use plan designated for very low residential, so we think a 100-foot buffer is not only merited here, but it should happen because it does go from medium to very low residential, and it's something we've worked out with him over a period of time. In short, Dr. Reese's property is a Shangri-La out there. I've seen the aforementioned geese and ducks and a lot of things I don't even know what their names are, but he's got a truly remarkable place out there. And really, what we're trying to do and what we've worked with him over the years to do is just give him a little bit of privacy. Cary's knocking at his door, and all he requests is 100 feet. We think it's within your ability to do that tonight. I want to point out, as he did, it's a rare occasion that a developer and an adjoining landowner is arguing about a greater buffer than the ordinance allows. So we only request, our request here tonight is you allow us to honor our commitment to an adjoining property owner. And we are also available for questions and comments as you see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Mashburn.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak at the public hearing? Mayor, does staff have anything to add?
Yes.
I'll close the public hearing and let you do that. I'll close the public hearing and ask Ms. Bierman to speak.
Yes, I would like to make a few comments if that's appropriate. With regard to the buffer issue, one clarification I'd like to make. We did, understanding the desire to have this 100-foot buffer and recognizing the restrictions that we have in the ordinance because of the ordinance limitation of the 65 feet. We did try to work with the applicant to come up with a suggestion for him, and it's not, I think the term used was staff was not proposing a condition for the applicant. We did try to work with him to try to provide some assistance in the way a condition could be worded to try to achieve the applicant's goals as closely as possible while meeting the ordinance requirements. So I just wanted to make that clarification. So we did suggest as one way of doing that the open space strip, if it includes some sort of feature in it that could distinguish the open space area from the 65-foot buffer, so that in effect we're not just having the 100-foot buffer and calling it a different name. So we were trying to make that distinction to preserve the integrity of the ordinance requirement for that. With the concerns that were raised at the Planning and Zoning Board in looking at the concerns with having a maximum, we did take a look at that, and because as you can see in your staff report, one of the Planning and Zoning Board members did, suggest that perhaps this could be looked at as an ordinance amendment to see if council had the same concerns. An option would be to change the ordinance related to the 65-foot buffer if that was your desire. As we further worked with the applicant on that, and let me go back one more. The actual note that's on the condition now provides some flexibility. So in the event that the ordinance is changed in the future so that buffer requirement, that 60-foot restriction does not apply, then we have a means by which we could not require the trail to be put into that area. So we did try to work with them as much as possible to build in some flexibility in case there were changes so that we could preserve the integrity of the ordinance, have the decision meet the ordinance requirements, but then, try to work with them in the event that that changes in the future. So as far as the buffer goes, we've, if it's your desire to allow that wider area particularly where it's along the perimeter of the mixed-use overlay district, there are options that could be pursued in that arena. The other issue that staff actually has more concern with is related to the location of the fence. I know in listening to the speaker, there are concerns with having, the separation with the uses in that open space. The fact that the fence that's proposed is specifically proposed along the property line within the development, adjacent to the rear of the residential lots that are proposed, as opposed to along the property line of the development. And because we have had situations in the past from with homeowners where there has been residential lots and then the open space to the rear of the lots, we have had situations in the past where that access has been blocked off, and it has created significant problems and feedback from the residents because they're not able to access the open space that they bought into as part of their development. So that's the concern that we have with the location of the fence. And the way that it's proposed on the preliminary development plan, it's been made, very clear that the desired location of the fence that I believe that the applicant would be locking in with the preliminary development plan as proposed, would have that fence on that property line as opposed to farther back where residents would have access to the open space and also access to the pedestrian trail in the event that it is still required by the time that they're submitting for their final plats.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bierman. Thank you. And before I asked council to begin their discussion, did you want to hear the applicant respond to anything Ms. Bierman said before you start your discussion? Because if not, thought it might be helpful as we begin our discussion.
Just one, again, Mary has, and the staff has worked very hard with this. It's just that, we're in the middle of something and we need some direction. We're probably going to have to live with whatever you decide tonight. I would point out that the buffer is there intended for Dr. Reese, not for, he's been there for 45 years. We've been there for 12 years. Also, we do have additional open space on site. Schaefer Park is right down the road. You've got a school right across the stream. You're going to have another school adjacent to the property at the south end when Austin Ridge Elementary School is built, hopefully in the near future. So they're not just the backyard. We've provided for open space in other areas of the development.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Robinson.
Okay, thanks. I think this is a good example of where the council has gotten it wrong. It's interesting because when we went and created these mixed-use projects, our idea is that if you cluster development, it allows you to have more land left for open space because you're not just sprawling it out over the whole site. I don't know how I missed that we had this cap on how wide our buffer can be, but I assure you it does not reflect what my intention was when we were doing mixed-use ordinances, and it's definitely not what I want to see. This is not, you mentioned like protecting the integrity of the ordinance. This is one ordinance that I think we don't need to worry about its integrity. It seems very flawed. And, in looking at this project and talking to the applicant, it also became apparent to me that we have a minimum amount of density that we can allow on this site in a mixed use, and that just seems crazy to me too. I mean, if people want to go less dense, why are we fighting them and making them go more dense? I mean, this is just wrong. So it looks to me like we need to go back and look at our ordinances and make some major revisions and make sure they really reflect the values of our community. In regard to this one, I would say we should allow a 100-foot buffer and not, dilly-dally with all these little criteria. Yeah.
All those things.
All these things, the 65 and the 35, and if there was a plan, if our transportation, or excuse me, our greenway plan called for a greenway in this area, then I would say I would support this idea of putting the greenway here, but our greenway plan didn't have that in there originally, so I don't understand why we're asking the applicant to do that at this point. I mean, I just don't see the justification.
What I heard Ms. Bierman say was that in an attempt to give the 35 feet without giving 35 feet of undisturbed recreation space, which would in effect create a 100-foot buffer and fly in the face of the ordinance, they were trying to pull a win out of this. But I totally get what you're saying, but I believe that's what she said.
Yeah, I understand you're trying to make it work. I just think that all of this is not necessary.
It has to have some kind of feature in that strip to distinguish it from actually being a buffer.
Can I ask a quick process question before we dive into this? And because I'm feeling from council that everybody wants to give him the 100-foot buffer. So what is stopping us from giving the 100-foot?
Well, I'm turning to Ms. Simpson for that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Planning staff has interpreted the ordinance as not permitting a reduction or the converse increase in the buffer because of the language in the ordinance.
And we cannot do a waiver.
There's no specific waiver language.
And can we change the ordinance in time or in a short time frame so that we might be able to grant the applicant and the property owner? What's that process look like?
That was, if you look at the wording with this condition, which anticipating that you may want to go in that direction
Ms.
with it.
Bierman, can I break in real quick? We have LDO amendments on the agenda tonight for public hearing as required. Could we not just add this to that as part of those LDO amendments?
We could add that to round 26. We could add that to round 20, yes, we could add that to round 26 for just the simple amendment of removing that maximum.
Okay, so if we did that, that would be the public hearing tonight, is that correct?
No, tonight we're just, council is
Calling
deciding
for
what's going to
public
go
hearing.
to the public hearing. So
Okay.
this is perfect timing, actually.
So they would go for public hearing in 2 weeks, and then from there it would go to P&Z?
Then it would go to a P&Z work session.
And then a work session?
And then to the P&Z meeting, and then to,
So we're talking like 3 months.
however, even given that, the way that the condition related to that trail is written, the trail wouldn't be put in until the time of when the final plat is recorded, or farther down the road, which is going to be some time from now. I'm sure it'll be quite a bit longer than the time frame for the ordinance amendment. And we crafted that so that in the event that the ordinance is changed so that there's not the 65-foot buffer requirement, then in effect, or not the 65-foot maximum, then in effect, it would be the same thing. They would not be, if there was the option for the open space to go wider, they wouldn't be required to put the trail in. We wouldn't be looking for it in the field, and therefore the result would be the same as if it was shown as 100 feet now. And that was specifically why we did that, to try to anticipate that and work with the applicant's
So
schedule.
even if Mr. Frantz is right, and it were to take 3 months for the LDO amendments to go through the process and come to us for approval, would that meet the applicant's timeline? Or yes?
I think we'd be okay if we don't have any development plan coming in. But I think they would be okay. Could we approve the rezoning tonight subject to this, as is drawn, subject to this ordinance being, it sounds like everybody's on the same page, subject to this being done in the future?
Well, it could be, go ahead, Ms. Simpson.
Yeah, I don't believe we could have a...
Because we don't know we can't predict the outcome. We could say subject to adding this to the LDO round 26, but we couldn't guarantee the outcome, even though it sounds like...
But what I'm hearing is even if we approve this tonight as recommended by staff, once the LDO is amended...
It becomes a non-issue.
It becomes non-issue.
Yes.
Okay.
And they would not have to come back in for any amendments?
They would
or
not
anything
have
like- I
to,
just wanna
no,
make
they would
sure.
not have to make a change to the, they would not have to rezone to change the conditions or do anything. It would, amending the ordinance would, to not require the 65 feet would take care of it.
Okay.
At least
So
as
we
far as
can-
the buffer goes.
Let me make sure I understand this. We can approve it with this arrangement tonight, and when we change the ordinance, that would then negate the need for the site plan to have that 3-foot.
That's correct.
And it would then, the 3-foot trail.
Right, within the
35 feet, and then at that point, it would effectively be a 100-foot undisturbed buffer?
That's correct.
With a fence
With a
on the
fence
property line
on the
of the
property line.
new...
Okay.
That's part of the,
Well, let's
that's
talk
part of the
about that,
package.
because-
And then I want to talk about density.
Okay, because we've had cases in the past, and I've been thinking about this for the last couple of days. You know, we've had cases in the past where we put the fence up between the home and the open space that belongs to that project, and we have gotten complaints about this. This is tough because people are like, you know, I bought into this neighborhood with this buffer, and I can't access this buffer. The HOA can't get in there to maintain it if they need to maintain it. So I do think that is a rough hurdle for us to pass.
I thought undisturbed meant we didn't really do anything to it or maintain it. And when somebody buys a house, they buy the little lot, right? They're not buying the open space behind the house,
But
right?
Don, if you drop trash, if people drop trash back in there, or teenagers go in there and decide to, you know, party, not that they ever do that, and you need to go back in there and get all the beer bottles out of there, there's a fence impeding your progress.
I agree. It makes no sense to me to create a trail that people can't use, they can't easily access, and they're paying for in their homeowners association.
I think we're ultimately not
Well, I think
required.
we'll
the trail.
do away with the trail.
And putting the fence there. So are we saying that if it goes to a 100-foot buffer, will there still be a fence?
Yes, that's shown.
Yes, ma'am.
But Mr. Mashburn would like the fence to be on the side of, the east side, adjacent to the homes that his development would have. And staff is recommending we put the fence on the west side, adjacent to Mr. Reese's property. And so that the 100 feet of open space is unimpeded by the homes that are being built.
Even if it's 100 feet and not the trail? If I thought you, during our last meeting, I understood that the fence was, you made a suggestion that the fence go on Dr. Reese's property line so that the homeowners could have easier access to the trail. But if there's no trail and it's just, undisturbed buffer, where you're still recommending that the fence go on Dr. Reese's property line?
Staff is still saying that.
From staff standpoint, at the rezoning stage, a fence is not a required site plan element. Normally, at a rezoning stage with a plan like this, you typically would not necessarily see a fence nailed down with that level of specificity for where the fence would go. It would come in at the time of site plan approval, and the property owner at that time, the developer, may or may not have a fence there. It depends on what's desired. If we, in the absence of this being included and basically nailed down and approved as part of the rezoning process, if the applicant were to come in at the site plan level with a fence shown along the property line, specifically inaccessible with no provision for gates or anything else to in essence cut that open space off from the properties, that's something that we would look at not favorably at the site plan level, because there needs to be the connection between the fence and, the accessibility into the open space. So I think the applicant in this case is wanting to nail down that fence location as well. And, as we've been discussing, there's just some concerns with that because of issues that we find down the road when the homeowners come in. You've got open space that is, belongs collectively to the homeowners that they're not able to access or use or have the benefit of.
Mr. Frantz and then Ms. Robinson.
What I'm struggling with is I hear open space and then I hear buffer. To me, open space is, yes, you want people to be able to get in and do stuff and enjoy the open space. Buffer is protection. That's not really play area or where people go to do anything. So to me, if it's a 100-foot buffer, I don't know that the residents or the HOA or whatever really have the need to get to it. I hear the trash argument. Yeah, unfortunately, some people stink and they're going to throw some stuff in it, but how you can't at least provide some type of access for those types of situations. But if somebody's buying a house in this thing, I don't want them to think that they have access or part of that 100-foot buffer is theirs. I mean, it's buffer and open space are two entirely different things to me.
I sense the applicant wants
Yes, I'm sure Dr. Reese would agree to maintain, from a trash perspective, the 100-foot strip. He does a fine job with his other 40 acres. I'm sure he would have no problem with that.
What about
I think the concern that we need to look at is that we are not just entitling this land for the next 20 years, we're entitling this land forever. And there'll be a day when Mr. Reese isn't going to be maintaining his land, and we don't know what happens at that point. Let's say 50 years from now, somebody comes and develops the land to the west. Now what happens to that 100-foot buffer? Do the people to the west have full access to that land, but the people in the homeowner association have to maintain it? What happens when a tree becomes rotten and threatens to fall on a building adjacent and the people can't access it? I mean, I guess one thing I could say is if you put up a fence along the property, along the homes, but you put gates in it so that they could access it, that would be one thing. But then, that wouldn't, if you allowed the homeowners to get in there
I'll just point out before we go, Mr. Barker, that I recall Dr. Reese saying he planned to give this land to the Land Conservancy. So it wouldn't be developed, but that.
But it wouldn't be his to give. Oh, his 40 acres.
Yes.
Yeah, his
yes,
40 acres.
everything that would be behind there. Mr. Barker?
Given the fact that there was an actual zoning case on Cary Parkway where a similar condition exists, where there was a 45-foot buffer and there was a condition put on it that had a opaque fence with no access. Given the fact that was done in '97, and given the fact that, like Mr. Robson said, there were numerous calls from residents, even though they bought into it, complaining about not being able to access, to maintain the fence in the back, or just to actually just be able to observe or see the buffer. So it ended up, I guess, from a public, as a planner, we look at the public good. And now we look at the public good for one person, and now we're looking at the future residents moving in here. And I guess from a planner standpoint, we feel like that this is probably going to cause a lot of issues in the future for all the residents that buy property in here, because we have actual facts that happen. And so just want to make sure you're aware that in the future, with the situation, there's most likely you will be getting calls from future residents about this.
Would that problem be resolved if there were gates put in the fence so that?
It most definitely would help.
Would that be acceptable to you if we put up a fence with some gates, points of access?
I think Dr. Reese the access is the issue with him.
Okay.
Because his pool is located literally 60 feet from our property line. I don't want a kid straying in there, falling in his pool, drowning. He's got rescue Doberman pinchers that roam his property, peacocks, roosters, all kinds of things. He's just, there's a lot of liability, as they say, attractive nuisances on his property. And I really believe that if you put a subdivision here and you make it clear, you build a fence when you sell the lot, first thing, and make it clear that this is not accessible, this is not your land, this is a a buffer. I think you won't have that many problems. I think you just have to you make it very clear when whoever develops the property, you do it that way.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So would this fence still be an issue if Mr. Mashburn was donating this land to a conservancy group to take care of that 100 feet of buffer? Like, how would that work?
I think if it was donated where there would be maintenance that would be built in, where that would no longer be an issue, that would certainly be a factor.
So you would go ahead and put up a fence along the houses, and the land would not be maintained by the HOA anymore. It'd be maintained by a different entity contractually, not just.
That would at least address the maintenance aspect of it. Now, whether or not that would address, the issues that Mr. Barker mentioned with, persons, if they're, buy into the development as part of the homeowners association and feel like, that's some area that's part of their development that they have access to. I don't know that would solve all of those issues, but it would at least address any issues related to maintenance.
I had a follow-up question.
Point out one thing. We're talking about 8 lots, so it's not like you've got 50 people. You've got 7 or 8 lots, and that's it.
7 to 8 lots out of how many again, Mr. Mashburn?
It's just abutting his property.
Right. How many out of? I forget.
29.
Okay, thank you.
On that side of the road.
Right.
Now we have some townhomes on the other side of the road.
Right.
And the other point that I would mention with that too is all of that being said, that at the point of a rezoning, there's no assurance of who the property owner is going to be, until those transactions occur.
Okay, thank you.
Or easements granted.
Questions, other discussion, a motion?
Couple questions, or maybe one. There were some reduced streetscape widths on this one, am I correct?
Yes.
Can you show me where that was?
There we go. There's streetscape reductions along, this is Green Level Church Road. That would be, the reductions are from 50 to 30 feet, Green Level Church Road here. This is Kit Creek Road, the existing portion, and then future extension, the road extension up through this way. And then this is a small segment along Wake Road.
Okay, anything to do with architectural standards or anything to ensure quality?
There are no specific requirements related to architectural standards beyond what the ordinance would require.
Okay, thanks.
Is there any access plan? That's the elementary school, correct?
Correct.
Are there any accesses planned so that children can safely get from any of these locations to school and walk and
There is a stream
pedestrian or
buffer.
bike?
There's a stream buffer that runs along the entire distance along the school here. So there's no direct access plan there. There would be access along the road and then over to Kit Creek Road to get into the school area.
Can you show us on that map where the fence would go along those single-family properties?
The fence would go along here.
Just along there?
Yeah, it's along this, it's shown
So it
along
wouldn't
this
be on the
side.
northern boundary?
I believe it goes around the northern, side.
It goes around the
here, too.
northern. So it looks like there would be access to that open space from that segment there where the road, to the north there where that road
From
is.
the side, I mean, the
Yeah,
fence would end
somebody
in this
could-
area, so it would be coming through.
Somebody could access it that way. Somebody could also access it where the cell phone tower is.
Mm-hmm.
So it really wouldn't be completely closed off.
I believe that the fence is shown actually goes through this area where the cell tower is. There are no lots there because of the restrictions with the providing for the fall zone, but I believe the fence does go through that area as well.
So it goes all the way down?
Goes all the way.
It goes all the way down past G. There's 2 lots on the end there as well.
Oh, it goes all the way down. So what happens if that road ever... It's kind of odd. I mean, I hate when we leave roads stubbed if nothing's going to happen there.
I think the school to the south, if they...
Yeah,
if
I see the road to the south, but G, where it stops, I mean, it's one thing, if the land goes into conservancy, now we just have a stub indefinitely sitting there. If the land gets developed to the west, then we punch it through and everybody's happy. Can there be some kind of provision made that addresses that? Because, I mean, I'd almost put like a little tiny...
There is a waiver that's requested to not put the road all the way to the property line, so it would stop short where the fence is, although the right-of-way would be dedicated to the property line. And certainly if at some point that the road needed to go through there, then obviously the fence on that portion would need to be removed.
Okay, I would contend that the better way to handle this is to not even put that stub in there, but leave the right-of-way for it, so that if the land developed to the west, at that time, that road needs to go through. How you handle that at that point, though, I don't know. Does the town then have to pick up the bill for extending that little stub from the street? But rather than have a stub that really isn't necessary there, I would just leave it off completely.
In terms of, well, the road would be constructed to access the lots that are here. And then beyond that point, with the remainder, it's just right-of-way dedication without the construction of the stub to the property.
How many lots are there? There's 2 lots?
I believe there's 6 lots there.
Yeah, there's 6 lots.
Okay, we can't see that on our map.
Yeah, 2 abutting.
Okay. Well.
It makes you feel better about the stub or not?
Well, having the lots makes it necessary to have the stub, but I hate seeing it just stubbed like that, especially if you're telling me that you think that land's going to go into conservancy at some point. Then you ought to just put a circle at the end or something.
Cul-de-sac, we'll be happy to do that.
And-
Get right away in the cul-de-sac, and if it ever develops,
Then
punch it
connect it
through,
in.
and if not, it'll stay as a cul-de-sac.
Is that a condition you're offering, or what?
Yes.
Cul-de-sac?
Okay. All right, that makes me feel better. It also makes me feel better that there'd be an access point to that open space land in the northern section. I can't quite tell what that distance is, though. Mr. Mashburn, that lot that points northward, that has a corner at the northern part there?
Is that this?
Yeah, how much space does that allow for? Ooh, bigger one.
Looks like about 50 feet.
50 feet
From the
of-
property line
Okay.
to the, and it's actually, that section is dedicated as open space on the plan.
Okay, so there'd be, that looks different from this map based on where that dashed line is. It doesn't look like that would be 50 feet, but I believe your map is probably easier to read than ours.
This map doesn't
You can
show
hold it
the
up
open
if you want.
space.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, this map doesn't show the line with the open space that
Okay.
his does, so.
That
also Okay.
shows where his house is with
his Yeah. pool
in relation to where property
Yeah. Okay, so up here at the northern point, if you run that fence along the yellow border there, that's what you're talking about doing?
I'm stopping right there.
Oh, stop it right there, okay.
Show it to the people on this
Yeah,
end.
that allows
Yeah, let them see it,
plenty
too.
of access.
Can I ask you a question while you're waiting, or?
Mr. Smith has a question. but-
Well, the question I have is really to staff. I thought the whole idea of a stub is so that people know that the possibility of a road is there. I thought we were trying to get away from the whole idea of having a cul-de-sac there, which misleads people to think that a road would never go in. I mean, that's why I thought we want stubs.
Because then they really are.
Because we've had problems in the past where people say, I didn't know that was going to be a future road connection. I mean, the last thing I want to do is get rid of a stub. To me,
But if you put it, I mean, it's tough because then you end up with this stub, I mean, that goes nowhere and it's
Absolutely.
stubbed
That's what
forever.
Does it
No,
go?
but if he's.
That's why they're called stubs.
No. The stub is there for the intended development of the land to the west. I
Correct.
wish you guys would stop it. That's rude. So the land to the west, if it develops, then it would have the stub punched through. If it never develops, if Mr. Reese is sincere in saying that he's going to donate his land so that it's conserved, there is no point to have a road there. So what I'm saying is we have to anticipate what is going to happen to the west. And I have some concern if we have a road that's going to be stubbed, but the land in likelihood is not going to be developed.
Let me just state that I believe Dr. Reese when he says he's going to donate his land, but, we have no assurance that that's
know.
going to happen. No offense to
That's
anyone.
exactly my point.
And I think that Mr. Smith's point is well made, that it is an indication to those who buy land there that there's the potential for a road to go through there. It seems like a transparent thing to do.
Well, let me
I'm
tell
not,
you what
I'm
an
not saying they're
alternative-
attractive.
An alternative could be that you put in one of the cul-de-sacs that looks like a traffic circle. You see these all the time up north. I mean, we don't see them that much here, but you have a little bit of landscaping in the middle, and then you put a sign at the end that says future stub to, or future access to the development, just like we put in today at the end of a stub. That way, if that land does get conserved, you have a little cul-de-sac there that doesn't look like it's a forgotten stub forever.
How does that work, Mr. Mashburn? I mean, how much land do you lose?
It's the same thing as a cul-de-sac. If you're willing to cul-de-sac, it'd be the same thing.
It's a cul-de-sac, and we'd be
It's
happy to
just-
stick a
it's a
sign at the
cul-de-sac
end
by
of it.
another
and,
name,
yeah,
is
we
what
could
you're
we could
saying.
work with the
Cul-de-sac
site
with
plan
a
phase
sign.
with that.
But you'd have landscape, so it looks like a traffic
I
circle,
hear
and then you'd.
Yeah, that's fine.
So am I hearing that if that sounded good to you, and that would be an applicant-offered condition?
Yes, that's correct.
And here comes Mr. Bailey.
To tell us why this is a bad idea.
Has something
Our
profound
roundabout
to say.
standards are much larger. You could not get a garbage truck turned around in a cul-de-sac if you plant something in the middle, or any large delivery vehicle that might access that road. It would not be a large enough radius with a standard cul-de-sac radius. It would actually be larger.
So we have one in Weatherstone, right? Yeah, we have a cul-de-sac in Weatherstone that has some landscaping in the middle. Was that just built before our standards changed then? Is that why it's at an intersection?
Or it may even be a larger radius. We have some in Kildare Farms as well, but we've had some issues with those.
So I know Mr.
What
Frantz-
percentage are we talking about of an increase in size?
I believe our minimum radius for our roundabouts is 100, and our, and I believe it's 60, 50 radius for cul-de-sac. 90 right away.
90 for a cul-de-sac, 100.
So
10 additional
plus
feet.
the right
Do
of
you
way,
think
so
you
it's
could
probably
swing
about
that?
20 more feet. 20,
Pardon, 20
about
more
20
feet.
more feet.
I'm amenable to, that's fine.
Okay. So what would that be called? What would that condition be called? Help us out here, Mary.
Well,
How would we refer to that and make it sound appropriate if it were to appear in a motion?
If we wanted to do it.
Yeah, if we did. I'm just trying to prepare us.
Well, I would just say that I think there is a note to this effect, clarifying note reflected on the plan. From what I understand with the traffic, and please correct me if I'm wrong with this, but if the length of the street is actually less than 150 feet, then at the site, at the stage of the site plan, the requirement for the cul-de-sac kicks in when the length of the stub street exceeds 150 feet. Is that correct? That was my understanding, so that at the time when the subdivision is created, it will need to be designed with the cul-de-sac if the street is long enough to meet
I
that
believe Mr.
requirement.
Jensen wanted to speak to that.
Right. If the road's going to be cul-de-sac, we'd want it in a standard, town of Cary cul-de-sac. If we're going to put a median island, it needs to be larger. The fire department has, on stub streets, will allow up to 150 feet without a turnaround provision to occur, but again, if we're going to make this a kind of more permanent type of thing, we'd want the cul-de-sac with our standards. Anything beyond that, obviously, over 150 feet, we'd want a cul-de-sac as well. So,
How long is the stub street projected to be, Mr. Mashburn? Ballpark it for us.
I think it's probably right at the 150 mark because our fire department wouldn't allow them to just terminate it without some sort of a turnaround.
I know Mr. Frantz wants to make a motion, but I want to ask anyone who hasn't spoken or who wishes to comment to take this opportunity.
Two
Mrs. Bush.
questions. Thank you so much. Could you address the walkability? This is right next to an elementary school. I'd love to know where the sidewalk's going to be. How it's kind of cut off on the development plan. So could you speak to that? Does it go all the way to the school?
Well, the sidewalks would be, as required, as required by the ordinance at the time of the subdivision. Sidewalks would be required on both sides along Kit Creek Road, and I believe on this street, sidewalks would be required on at least one side and possibly both sides. I'm sorry, I don't. Both sides?
All streets, that's what you said.
Okay. Sidewalk would be required on both sides.
And will that go, but wait, don't sit down. Will that go all the way to the elementary school? Or are we going to end up with a, sidewalk and then they got to jump on Kit Creek and then they got to, are we going to make a safe path to the school?
Well, the elementary school is adjacent, so.
Right, it's adjacent, but it's not within, it looks like there's some
Is that a stream?
The buffer.
That's the road.
This is the road. This is just, this was just shown to illustrate the location of the reduced streetscape width, but this is the road. So yes, it would be accessible up the road within the development and then over to Kit Creek Road to get into the school.
So I would, I don't know where the applicant is in this, and I know that Mr. Frantz wants to make a motion, and maybe Mr. Yerha wants to say something, but I would really appreciate it if you could make this safer for the kids. If you could add a separate sidewalk or a separate greenway that doesn't allow these children to get on the sidewalk of a major thoroughfare, or of a road that's big, on their bikes riding to school. I see a couple of lines here, but I don't actually know if that little line where your cursor is actually a sidewalk. Let's find a way to keep these kids off the road but still give them a way to get there safely walking or biking. I would appreciate that. I'm not making it a condition, but making it a request.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Yerha.
I don't know if I'm comfortable voting this up or down tonight based on what I'm hearing here. We have the stub cul-de-sac design issue, what you just brought up here, Lori. And we're adding, we're going forward, I guess, thinking that we're going to be adding this to round 26 of the LDO, and then thinking that it's going to pass. I think if it's probably completely up to us, it will, but again, that's a presumption. Just like we're trusting the good doctor here that, he's going to donate the land to the Land Conservancy. I'm sure he is, but we don't know that. So we don't know that this whole 65 to 100 foot thing is going to pass or going to get through in time. I'm just uncomfortable with those unknowns and with some of the things here that, possible added conditions that you might be proposing. So, I mean, I'm hearing everything, and I kind of agree with what everybody's saying, to the point that I don't know if I want to vote this up or down, or whether we should just table it and
May I ask you a question before a motion's made? Mr. Yerha, if it were to be tabled, what would you see in 2 weeks or 4 weeks that would make it easier to take action on this, so that I just understand?
Well, we would know if we added this to round 26 of the LDO, we would know, I won't say in 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
Well, I would just say all we would know about the LDO is that it was added. We would not know if it had passed.
Right. I would feel more comfortable to wait to see if it were passed.
Oh, so 3 months or whatever it takes.
Take that long. But anyway, it's
Well, I appreciate you sharing those thoughts. And was that all the comments you had? Reactions to Mr. Yerha's thought about deferring this until we have some assurance that 100-foot, what I'm going to call a separation, is actually an undisturbed, what the applicant and the adjacent landowner have been trying to achieve. Because what I would say that I think we've always tried to do is not just to do things right, but to do the right things. And it seems to me that the spirit of that 100 feet separation is the right thing. And we don't have assurance it would pass in the LDO. It certainly sounds like the people sitting at this table think that's a good idea, and that's a good change. We'd certainly hate for, in any way, that not to happen, and then for you to feel that you'd had the switcheroo on you, and that would not be what we intended. But neither can we foretell the future.
But I guess the question to the applicant is this. We can pass this tonight, and if that 100-foot buffer change doesn't happen, the worst-case scenario is that you have to put in a 3-foot walking trail on this site. What is your preference? Was your preference that you want to wait and see if the ordinance passes and then get your rezoning approved, or do you want to go ahead and chance it and see what happens?
I think given this is rezoning coupled with the land use amendment, we've been in this process for about a year now, and I'd like to hear something tonight and hope that we do the right thing here tonight and change the ordinance for the benefit of Dr. Reese, and I think it will be.
Okay, so the applicant is saying that he would rather chance it because
he needs movement.
He needs to move forward. So in that sense, I think that we should make a decision whether we think, as we have it before us, 65 and 35 is the right decision.
Well, and Mr. Frantz is ready to make a motion.
Well, may I just say, please?
Yes.
This is my district, and in my district, I can think of several stubs that will never go anywhere. We have an applicant here who is willing to put in a type of cul-de-sac that will look aesthetically pleasing to the community, whether that land develops or doesn't develop. And it would be an asset to this community. He's willing to put it in. It doesn't degrade his community at all. It looks like you're very fine with doing it, and I would hope, Mr. Frantz, when you make your motion, that you would consider that.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anything else anybody wants to say before we have a motion? Okay, Mr. Frantz, you still ready to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve 12-REZ-31 with the fence location as requested by the applicant in a pretty little cul-de-sac.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
And a discussion? Discussion? I just, one, I don't think the stubs look that ugly. I've got plenty of them in our district too. And the point is, I just want to make sure that whatever's put in, it's clearly identified that there's a potential road going through there. That's all. I just want to see something that says that. And if it looks pretty as a cul-de-sac, so be it. I don't care about that. I just want to make sure the people going in know that the potential exists. If it's 1%, the potential exists. And it's on the plans and on the books that a road could go through there. So
And I believe I heard the applicant say
Yes,
that
yes,
it's prepared to do that.
We will
I just
do
want
that.
that fairness.
But
I want
thanks
that
for the
You
clarification.
could put up a sign, but it'd probably violate some ordinance somewhere.
Not if it's the right size, not too many colors. Okay.
Madam
Other
Chair.
discussion on this motion.
Yeah,
Ms. Simpson.
I believe we need a little more clarification on the pretty little cul-de-sac.
Well, that's a technical.
We've talked about it for an hour. I think we have, you have full understanding of.
Yes. I think.
I would ask
I think this
staff
is one
if
of the-
they do.
yeah,
The staff is, it's a cul-de-sac that's large enough to where something can turn around in it, and it's got pretty plantings in the middle of it or something. Is that where we're on, right?
So are we,
Town of Cary standards for cul-de-sacs is the terminology I heard used.
what I'm hearing is it would need to meet the Town of Cary standards, but you're also specifically asking that there be landscaping, that it be designed with the landscape island in the middle?
Mr. Bailey?
And
Okay, take the landscape thing out of it.
And remember, this is just a sketch plan. We have to approve the construction drawings, and if it's below what we like as staff, they'll have to give a waiver of our standards and come back. So we will work with them to get that cul-de-sac in to meet our standards.
Okay. Okay, so I believe Mr. Frantz is willing to restate his motion, and I would ask him to do so.
I make a motion to approve 12-REZ-31 with the fence in the location as requested by the applicant and a cul-de-sac that meets Town of Cary standards, and that they somehow, some way let future residents that are moving in here know that it could become a road one day.
And I seconded that. I believe Ms. Robinson and I did.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to belabor this, because I know you don't want to talk about it, but if you put in a cul-de-sac and then you stub it later, then it looks, when you extend it out later, then it looks strange that you have this wide bubble out of a cul-de-sac mid-block. If you put it in with the turning radius that the fire trucks need, landscape in the middle, it looks like just a turnaround, and it also looks like a traffic circle in the future if you were to stub it out into a future development to the west. So I see benefit to trying to get it right with the right amount of turning radius that the utility vehicles need, but being landscaped in the middle to look like a traffic circle.
How can that kind of thing be consistent with what you just explained to us, Mr. Bailey? Would you please return to the mic and explain that to us?
Yes, if the applicant shows a landscaping in the middle, we'll work with them to get the right radius. And we have a requirement at future street stubs, if you'll recall, those type 3 barricade signs that say future street extensions, that would be required as well by our standards. And if the developer can't meet that, then this subdivision plan, when it comes through construction, would need waivers, and y'all would see it again. So I think we'll be able to work this out.
Yeah.
So that would happen at site plan, is that what you're saying?
Happen with the official site and subdivision plan when it comes through the staff process. We will ensure that those things happen.
Thank you.
Does this motion, in order for staff to be able to follow this later, does Mr. Francis' motion need any rewording? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Or is this understood?
I think we're clear.
Great. Is there any other discussion about the motion on the table? Mr. Yerha.
If the applicant is willing to take a chance with all of this, I guess I am too.
The applicant's been extremely forthcoming tonight.
Thank you.
Welcome. Other discussion? Calling. Go
I have
ahead, Ms. Bush.
one more question, and I'm sorry. The cell tower, the access road to the cell tower, is that gated? Is that locked? Is that, again, you've got a cell tower, you've got families.
Yes, that
Cell
is-
tower just makes you, as a kid, want to.
Yeah, I remember the water tower in my hometown. Yes, it's gated and locked.
Okay. Thank you. I saw that afterwards.
Thank you very much. No, good catch. Are you ready for the vote? All those in favor of the motion to approve 12 REZ 31 as stated by Mr. Frantz, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes 6-0. Before we take up any more of our business, the chair declares a 10-minute recess. Thank you. We're now reconvening after our recess. It's now in order to have a motion on the comprehensive plan consistency pertaining to the village subdivisions and towns rezoning. And before someone makes that motion, let me just remind council that staff has made this very easy for us. All you have to do is simply state in your motion to approve option A, since the first motion passed. May I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the consistency and reasonable statement for 12-REZ-31, option A.
Second?
Second.
Second. Moved and seconded to approve this statement. All in favor, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Okay. Our next public hearing is the Ellis property at Pittard Sears Road and consists of an annexation and a rezoning. Mrs. Grannon of our staff will introduce this item, and then we'll hear from the applicant. After that, I'll open the public hearing. The council will not take action on these items tonight. Rather, we'll send the rezoning to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. Both items will come back to us at a future meeting. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. For your consideration is a request to rezone 33.86 acres located at O'Kelly Chapel Road and Pittard Sears Road. Subject property is shown here, highlighted in yellow. It's across the street from Pittard Sears Road from the Carolina Preserve subdivision and located south of a Chatham County subdivision, Rosemont subdivision. As you mentioned, there is an associated annexation petition with this case. Annexation would be required prior to the rezoning being established or the zoning being established on this property since it is in Chatham County. An aerial view of the subject property shows that it's currently vacant and wooded. Cary's land use plan designation for the property is medium density residential. This property is in the Chatham-Cary joint land use plan. The existing zoning is a Chatham County designation of R1. The applicant has proposed transitional residential conditional use, and if annexed and zoned into Cary, it would also be subject to the Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District. The applicant has proposed limiting the use to single-family detached age-restricted housing and limiting the density to 2.9 dwelling units per acre. Notification was sent by mail to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property. The property was posted and advertised, and in compliance with the joint Cary-Chatham County Land Use Plan, we also notified the Chatham County Planning Department. There have been several questions regarding the use as a result of the signs being posted on the property. We had one call from a resident in the Rosemont subdivision to the north concerned about the small lot size, but most of the neighbors in the Carolina Preserve subdivision spoke in favor of this. Cary's Parks, Recreation, and Greenways Master Plan shows a future street-side trail along O'Kelly Chapel Road. And O'Kelly Chapel Road is designated as a thoroughfare, Pittard Sears Road as a local road. The proposed use would not generate more than 100 peak hour trips, therefore a traffic study was not required. There are no current or future transit routes proposed at this time. And just a minor stream buffer shown on Cary's GIS maps, but field determination would be required at the time of site plan review. At this time, I'd like to call upon the applicant to present their case.
Thank you, Ms. Grannon. The applicant come forward, please.
Good evening again. Hopefully this one won't take so long. My name is Glenda Topp with Glenda S. Topp and Associates, and I'm here tonight representing the property owners. As staff has pointed out, our request is to rezone the property from R1 in Chatham County to transitional residential. Because it's in Chatham County, there is an accompanying annexation petition that will be considered at the time of the rezoning. The property is located in the joint Cary-Chatham County Land Use Plan area. As you know, the plan was adopted by both Chatham County and Cary in 2012. I lost my thought there in 2012. The planning process began in December of 2005. Basically, as you all know, during that time frame, rezonings did not come forward. Basically, people were waiting until the process was complete, and it took a little bit longer than people thought, but it did come to completion, and it was adopted by both communities, and we are now coming before council with a request. We are in compliance with the land use plan. The land use plan for this area calls for a maximum of 4 units per acre. Within this medium density designation within the plan, there is the ability for not only detached units, but this section in medium density, there can also be attached units. So I do want to point that out. We are limiting our density to 2.9 units per acre. We're also committing to the units being detached, and we have added a condition that the housing will be age restricted. And just for comparison's sake, the definition for age restricted basically mirrors what's across the street in the Carolina Preserve. So it is a condition that has been reviewed by the town of Cary staff and legal department. So it is a condition that can be taken. Just a little bit of an explanation of why we're asking for transitional residential. Given the product and the type of housing that goes with age restricted, the only zoning district in Cary, due to its dimensional requirements, setbacks, et cetera, is the transitional residential. I want to point out that in Carolina Preserve, it was part of the Amberley Plan development that allowed within the approval process for standards that would allow that type of housing. The only option really in this situation, because of the size of the property, is really to go transitional residential. And again, it is to take advantage of the dimensional requirements that would allow the particular type of housing project. Just briefly want to point out, and I know this is not a condition, but hopefully no one will stop me. The developer of the project is Epcon Communities. They are currently developing the courtyards in Cary. They're excited about that project, and they're looking forward to the potential of having another community to be in Cary. There is somebody from that company here if there's any need to talk to them, but I know it's late, so we've said don't say anything unless asked, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll now open the public hearing and invite any speaker for or against this case to please come forward. Seeing no one coming to the mic, I'll close the public hearing and ask council if they have any questions, comments.
I just have one question. Is this property going to be part of the Amberley?
No, it is a separate.
So it won't be, residents will not have access to any of the facilities that Amberley has in that development?
No, and the way that they develop their communities, they will have their own area for recreation to have it within their community. So no, this is, and that was something that I have been asked just separately, but this has nothing to do and has no association with the Carolina Preserve community.
And that little piece of, that little triangle there, what, is there any plans for that? Oh,
This was his question.
This is separate. This is a separate ownership and a separate piece of property.
Oh, I'm talking, the one right across O'Kelly Chapel.
O'Kelly Chapel.
This is, and on the smaller screen, I didn't pick this up, but the applicant actually did amend their initial application to exclude that portion. That sliver is not part of the annexation, and it is also not part of the rezoning.
Okay.
But thank you. We'll get that slide cleaned up before this goes forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Yerha, did you have a comment? Anyone else on this side of the table? No? Then we'll refer this to the Planning and Zoning Board. Thank you, Ms. Grannon. Our next, let me just say that our next item of business is a quasi-judicial public hearing. All speakers must be administered an oath by the town clerk prior to speaking, and keep in mind there is a 1-hour time limit For this hearing, it is now 9:45. Our next public hearing is for Triangle Math and Science Academy Special Use and Development Plan, reference numbers 13SU001 and 13SP014. We're happy to welcome contractual attorney John Silverstein to the table with us. Welcome.
Nice to be back.
Nice to have you. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, as I mentioned before. An overview of the hearing procedures and detailed rules are attached to the printed agenda. All speakers who want to speak during this public hearing must be administered an oath by the Deputy Town Clerk. We'll now pause just a moment to allow those individuals who want to speak at this public hearing to approach the Deputy Town Clerk and receive their oaths. If anyone has not been sworn, please come forward. It appears that you've captured everybody, Karen. Thank you. I'll now ask any council member who has had any site visits, ex parte communication, financial relationships, specialized knowledge, or close relationship to an affected person to disclose. And I'm going to begin on my far left with Mr. Yerha.
Well, it's been suggested that I mention this, although I hope it isn't truly ex parte. On May 8th, I received an email from a citizen asking about the TMSA project, abbreviation. Had no idea what that was, wasn't familiar with the project. So what I do routinely, send it off to a staff member. Could you follow up on this? The email said the planning staff is reviewing it and I'd like to see what the status is. So I sent it off to a staff member. That was in the afternoon. Later that afternoon, I looked at my town email and I saw that 9 o'clock that very morning, May 8th, the clerk's office sent us an email saying that the Triangle Math and Science Academy was going to be a quasi-judicial hearing and we shouldn't be talking to anybody about it. So that must be what TMSA is. So wisely, the staff never responded to me.
Right.
And what I did to the citizen who asked me the question, I went back and I left him a message. I didn't even speak with him. Left him a message saying that this will be a quasi-judicial hearing at a later agenda, and I can't talk to you about it. If you have some questions, you can talk to the staff, and that's that.
Thank you.
And I've never heard from him since. So I don't think there's anything substantive there, but I just mentioned it because of the timing. We actually did receive the email at 9 o'clock in the morning. I didn't read it until later that afternoon, and in between, I had this correspondence with the citizen.
Thank you, Mr. Yerha. Mrs. Bush?
I have not.
Mr. Frantz?
I have none.
I have none as well. Mr. Smith?
I have none.
Mrs. Robinson?
I kind of do.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah, I was at a ball game, and a mom told me that her children's school was going to be relocating to Cary. I didn't realize it was this. I just was asking her information about her school, but that was the nature of the conversation.
And at no time during the conversation was the name of the school mentioned? It was just school coming? Who knows?
It's a charter school. I mean, it's a charter school that her
I was
kid
just
goes to.
curious.
It wasn't,
It's not like you knew.
yeah, I didn't know.
Just curious. Okay. So based on the disclosures we've heard from council members, I'll invite anyone to the podium who has been sworn in to speak if you have an objection to a council member's participation in this hearing. And seeing no one coming to the mic, we'll move on. I will now open the quasi-judicial public hearing. Mr. Kevin Hales of our staff will introduce this hearing.
Good evening. As you've already mentioned, the next item on tonight's agenda is a request by Triad Educational Services for conversion of an existing structure located at 312 Gregson Drive into a school. And because of the school use and the zoning of ORD, it's required to have a special use prior to them being approved. Site's located in the McGregor Park Office Industrial Park in southern Cary. It's at the intersection of McKinnon Drive and Gregson Drive. Withers and Ravenel's offices and Transworld Radio offices are located to the north. Strategic Technology office use to the east, Chesterbrook Academy preschool and the pantry offices to the south, and multi-tenant office building to the west. So mostly office uses is surrounding it. Both McKinnon and Gregson are identified in the Comprehensive Transportation Plan as collector streets, and there are currently no transit services or existing or planned for this area of Cary. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Facilities Master Plan does not include any requirements for the property itself. However, I included the slide just to show you there is a proposed street side trail shown in cyan and a related greenway shown in green that is planned to connect the existing Apex Community Park from Lake Pine Drive down into Regency Park. Part of that's currently under design with the town, but it doesn't really affect this case other than being in the immediate proximity. Town of Cary's GIS maps show a stream buffer bisecting the property, the eastern third maybe. However, field determination associated with the site plans indicated the start point. That particular stream is farther north, and so there's very little impact. There is some impact, and you'll see that on the site plan. The land use plan for this parcel is office industrial. There are kind of a mixture of office industrial and office institutional uses, land use designations surrounding it. It's a little interesting because in the staff report there's further discussion about this, but the use is not technically consistent with the land use plan. The land use plan does identify certain institutional and commercial uses that are acceptable in office industrial, but those are usually located in activity nodes is the term used in land use plan. And they're designed to serve the immediate business and employee needs of the surrounding office industrial park. However, the staff report goes on further to say it is generally consistent with the other components of the comprehensive plan. The land use plan is just simply one component of that. So, zoning of the property I mentioned before is office research and development. Property to the west is zoned industrial. And the general commercial conditional use property you see identified is not actually used or zoned really for general commercial uses. The conditional uses on there restricted to uses identified in the office industrial zoning district, office institutional zoning district. It's currently developed as a Siemens medical campus. Existing site, its existing warehousing and distribution building has been vacant for a while. It's about 73,000 square feet. There are two independent parking lots, one to the east of the building, one to the west of the building, which are not connected to one another. There's also in the northwestern portion of the site a loading dock with several truck bays using to serve the distribution component, which are not connected to either of the parking lots as well. Existing building is about a one-story precast and dark bronze aluminum siding construction. The proposed plan, convert the loading dock area to an entrance for the school, connect all those parking lots that were previously non-connected to one another to provide better circulation and access to the site overall. It does include a future soccer field on the eastern portion of the site. There are no details included for construction of that at that point, so it'll come forward in the future as an administrative approval under current ordinances. They are proposing that connection along the front, which gets to my next point. Because of the narrow width between the right-of-way for Gregson Drive and the southern portion of the building, there is some grading encroachment into the existing streetscape to provide that connection. However, staff felt that the vehicular connection was important enough that we allow some of that grading to occur and replanting. So they're actually reducing the area of the technical streetscape, even though it's being replanted, by about 6,400 square feet, and that area of streetscape protected in perpetuity would be relocated to the northeastern part of the site, shown here in green. The applicant was not required by the town ordinances because of the nature of the project to do a traffic study. However, they did perform one and provide that to staff. We got a little late, we didn't get to do a full review on it, so I'm just going to quickly gloss over some of the mitigations. They identified some signalization and turn lanes at Old Raleigh and McKinnon Drive, and a turn lane into the site off of Gregson. However, we're going to let the applicant speak to it. Staff met with the development team earlier this morning, and expressed some of the concerns we had about the information in their traffic study, and hopefully came to consensus about proposed alternate mitigations to mitigate the traffic impacts on the site, but they don't necessarily match what's in the staff report. So the applicant's going to speak in much more detail to that. That concludes staff's presentation. Just a quick reminder, you are being asked to make 3 different decisions tonight. One is on the special use, one is on the minor modification, the streetscape averaging, and one is on the site plan itself. We will have approval criteria for each of those decisions as we walk through them after the conclusion of the public hearing. And we do have revised motions for your consideration. We'll give you those to you at the conclusion of the hearing as well, with new conditions that will be offered by the applicant. Thank you, and I'll be back at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Hales. We'll now call on the applicant's attorney to present arguments and evidence in support of the application by addressing the applicable approval criteria. Welcome, Mr. Barron.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin, Mayor Pro Tem Adcock, and members of the Town Council, and Mr. Shiver. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant, Triangle Math and Science Academy. I'm going to try to keep my comments as brief as possible, recognizing, however, this is an evidentiary hearing. There are requirements in the code that we have to satisfy in order for the case to be approved. As an additional matter, I do want to thank the staff for their hard work. We did collaborate with them and on the traffic issues that we've been working on for months, and we have come to a consensus with the engineering staff, and I'll let our traffic engineer, Mike Horn, describe what those proposed mitigations are. I do want to make mention of the fact that we had a number of families that were here in support of this proposal tonight that unfortunately, due to the late hour and the fact that they are school children and they've got school in the morning, they had to leave. So for the folks who stuck around, we appreciate it, and for the folks who went home and are real gluttons for punishment and decided to keep watching on TV, we appreciate it as well. Just briefly, I want to introduce the development team. I have here with me tonight Mr. Alper Tecton. He is the principal of Triangle Math and Science Academy. Mr. Bill Daniel of Bill Daniel and Associates, he's the project engineer. Mr. Neil Gustafson, he's an MAI appraiser with Worthy and Wachtell. Ms. Glenda Top, who needs no introduction, but she's a land planner. And Mr. Mike Horn, who has been performing traffic analysis on behalf of the team. As Kevin mentioned, this is a request for approval of a special use permit to repurpose an existing 73,000 square foot building for a charter school. It's zoned ORD pursuant to the town's land development ordinance. We are required to obtain a special use permit for that purpose. We believe that the evidence that you will hear tonight will show that we have satisfied the requirements for issuance of a special use permit for a charter school on this site. At this point, I would like to call our first witness to the stand, and that is Mr. Alper Tecton, who's the principal of the school.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
My name is Alper Tecton, and I'm the principal of Triangle Math and Science Academy. I have a bachelor's degree in math and taught middle school math in past, and I've been the assistant principal at our sister school, Triad Math and Science Academy in Greensboro region. Triangle is one of the fastest growing regions in the nation, and the number of student population in the Wake County is following the same trend. And TMSA, Triangle Math and Science Academy, is helping the community and the Wake County public school system, along with the other charter schools, to meet this high demand of increasing student population. Triangle Math and Science Academy is a public charter school approved by the North Carolina Board of Education in March 2012, and we started our school this past August with about 270 students in grades K through 6. Our school is focusing on math, science, and technology education in a small school setting, and we are preparing our students for challenging science and engineering degrees. And we are right now located in downtown Raleigh, and it is not the ideal location for our school because most of our students are driving from the western part of the county. Our school is a replication of our sister school in Greensboro, Triad Math and Science Academy. It's a successful charter school, and they are in their 5th year with about 570 students in grades K through 11. Currently, as I shared, we have about 260 students in grades K through 6, and we anticipate an enrollment of 350 students for next school year by adding the 7th graders. We had about 90 spots available for the upcoming school year, and for these spots, we had more than 900 applications so far. Over the next 7 years, we will continue adding a grade every year and eventually become a K-12 school as approved by the Board of Education. And at that time, we will reach to our maximum potential about 796 students. Similar to our Greensboro campus, since we are housing elementary, middle, and high school at the same time, we will be using a staggered start time for the different segments of the school. Basically, following the Wake County's pattern, our middle and high school students will be starting early, and the elementary students will be following those groups. Our students are mostly driven to the school by their parents, and the school encouraging our parents to carpool together. We have an online system that is automatically matching the parents together with each other so that we can have smaller traffic coming to the school and coming to and out of the school. Along with that, currently we have 2 school buses carrying the students to the school. That's about 35% of our student population. And in the upcoming years, with the interest that we've seen, according to our surveys to the parents, we anticipate to keep about 1/3 of the students on the school buses on a regular basis. And that means when we reach our maximum potential with the K through 12, we will have about 5 school buses, and about 275 students will be riding through the buses. TMSA offers a variety of after-school clubs and extracurricular activities. Even currently, having only K through 6 students, we have more than 38 after-school clubs available for our students. And in the upcoming years, we intend to increase the number. These clubs include, some teams such as robotics, science Olympiad, math Olympiad, Odyssey of the Mind. Some of them are just for fun, like creative arts and foreign languages and taekwondo and so on. And with our new facility, we hope to add more athletic clubs to our list. Our school also values and actively seeks for opportunities for collaboration with companies and colleges around us. Even in our first year, we were able to organize different events with these collaborations. To give you some examples, Cisco's Technology Day, Siemens Science Day, Scratch Programming Day, and we held our science fair competition at the NC State University. We also organize extracurricular activities for our students, for our parents and the staff. These include copy nights, international days, talent shows, plays, picnics and breakfasts, and many other events throughout the school year. Our school has identified the western part of the county as the target location due to the population growth on this part of the county, as well as the need for more schools, especially the public schools. Currently, we have students enrolled from 5 different counties, and the majority of this population is coming from the Wake County. And if you look at the details, about 40% of our students are coming from Wake, town of Cary itself, and then it is followed by about 25% from Raleigh, then 13% from Morrisville, and about 11% from Durham. And with the move to this location, we expect that the growth from Cary and Morrisville and Apex will be faster than in other regions. We choose this property over other options for multiple reasons. First and most importantly, the location is one of the ideal locations for our student and parent distribution. Also, the size of the building and the land meets our need for space because a school focusing on math, science, and technology, we need a lot of labs, science labs, computer labs, and the technology infrastructure to support our education in our classes in every subject. Also, this project is very similar to what we have done in Greensboro about 3 years ago. We purchased an unused, industrial building similar to this one, about 67,000 square feet, and converted to a school, and it's been in operation for the past 3 years without a problem. In short, we are incredibly excited about our opportunity to come to the town of Cary, and I know that our parents are extremely excited about this move, and on behalf of the school, we respectfully request your approval for our special use. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll have Bill Daniel come up and tackle the engineering side of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Bill Daniel with William G. Daniel and Associates, 1150 Southeast Maynard Road. I'm a graduate civil engineer. I've been practicing civil engineering for over 35 years with emphasis in site design. Now, much of that in Cary. I was engaged by Trad Educational Services to design the site plan for the conversion of this existing building and site in McGregor Park to school. I'd like to hit on some just highlights of the site. Kevin did an excellent job of the overview. The only thing I'd like to clarify that Kevin came up with, he assumed that that was a soccer field, and that'll probably be pickleball. Approved. Just a chance.
It's approved.
Yeah, that sounds very consistent with the K through 12 school.
Kevin did hit on the highlights of that site, though, and I just want to touch on them just very briefly. The parking lots are disconnected right now. There are actually 3 different vehicular use areas, all of them served by one driveway each. And the main plan, the main revision to this plan that you see is the addition of vehicular ways and drives to accommodate the access to the parking, the movements involved in the pickup and drop off of students. And the one that Kevin highlighted goes between the building and Gregson Drive, and that's where we've got the most intense landscape treatment as well. That drive also serves as part of the queue that is required. The length of queue that you've seen on those drawings, if you took a look at them, we stayed on there the minimum required queue and the provided queue length, and they're equal. Of course, the length was that is provided was determined in conjunction with the towns, in consultation with town staff and with Kimley Horn. And we're satisfied that that queue serves the school and will, of course, prevent the queuing of traffic out onto the roadway. That's why that length is important. Some of the improvements on the site included, and this was at staff's request, the relocation of the main drive on Gregson Drive, and that's the drive to the right on that exhibit, if you're looking at the same exhibit there. Where was a jogged driveway, misaligned in the wrong direction, so that left turns into the drive to the right and into the drive to the left would overlap and create problems. So it was important that they be realigned. And this plan does realign that, and there was a bay taper that was also added to facilitate moving traffic from Gregson Drive into the school. And one more point about the queue. The queue is a double stack queue, and there was a good bit of attention paid to that and a lot of discussion with town staff regarding that at the meeting that was alluded to today. The double queue that provides the stacking that's needed is it functions much more as you would see at an elementary school than a normal mixed grade public school. Very regimented with that queuing. That regimentation really is possible only because of the policies and the operational philosophies of Triangle Science and Math School. They have the policies in place and the experience in place with their Greensboro facility to ensure that that is exactly the way the system works. They enforce that with personnel on site. The Greensboro facility that is functioning right now with very much the same methodology for queues functions very well. In fact, I guess Mike will be addressing that. He actually visited that site as they made traffic counts and observed the traffic conditions there. There are sidewalks that have been added the entire perimeter of the site. There were no sidewalks on Gregson, no sidewalks on McKenna. So we're not connecting the sidewalks, but there's a lot of sidewalks on the site because we're at that intersection, and it goes from property line to property line, including ramps, and there are considerable walks have been added internally, and that goes a long ways towards taking care of any pedestrian circulation and planning for much better pedestrian circulation in the future. The most significant changes to the exterior of the building, and those are really very minor. It's an existing building. They're very modest changes, but the ones that have been made are extremely positive from an aesthetic standpoint. From the McKeenan Drive side of this building, right now, as you drive there, you see loading docks and overhead doors. The revisions to the building remove those loading docks and overhead doors and instead put the two main entrances to the school on that side. And those are covered patios with steps, special paving in the courtyard that connects the two patios. It's really a very nice looking element. And in fact, that courtyard that connects the two entrances, the heavily shaded area is the patio, the special paving patterns there, and that element with the bench seats and the complementary landscaping there serves, in fact, as the active open space element for the site plan. And we think that's a very marked improvement from when viewed from the street and when viewed from on site. The changes to the interior of the building as it's converted to a school, one of the benefits is that the facility will be brought up to standard to meet new current building codes and current fire department standards. In fact, right now, the fire protection for the building is actually a system that has been sort of cobbled together because it was constructed at two different times. It actually has two different fire systems. That's all being unified now, and the backflow devices are being moved interior to the building. Worked with the fire department, and they were very helpful in that regard, but it'll be an excellent product in that regard. There are no noxious gases or odors that will be generated by this site. Water and sewer, it's there. It's a functioning building. All utilities are available, not only available, but connected and adequate in capacity. We see no demand for the public safety services that are not available. And all elements necessary to serve this proposed conversion to a school are in place. Based on the changes to the site plan and the observations regarding the situation as it exists now, my conclusions are that the proposed use and site plan will not materially endanger the public health or safety. The proposed use or development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area or neighborhood in which it's located. And that is further evidenced by the fact that this site plan, the plan to convert it to a school, the site plan, and the architectural plans have been presented to the McGregor Park Property Owners Association and their architectural review board, that architectural review committee, and we have received approval from those committees. So those are in-hand written approval. And that is, so just further documentation that it truly does not only fit in our opinion, but it's endorsed as fitting in. The proposed use is appropriately located with respect to water supply, fire and police protection, waste disposal, and similar facilities. And because of the sidewalks, the ramps, and some of the additional items that Mike will present as an outgrowth from the meeting with staff, my conclusion is also that this will enhance the safety of pedestrians in using the facility and in walking by the facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Mr. Barron, call your next witness.
At this time, we'll call Mr. Neil Gustafson, who's our appraiser.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Neil Gustafson. I work with Worthy & Walker Real Estate, a commercial real estate firm that's been based in Raleigh since '67. I've been in the commercial real estate business since 1978. I got my real estate broker's license in 1979. I became a state certified general real estate appraiser in 1991 when certification came in, and I'm an MAI real estate appraiser since 1992. My formal education, I majored in civil engineering at NC State, and I have a master's in business from Duke University. All that having been said, I've been asked to comment on the impact of this proposed use on the adjoining or abutting properties. I looked at the neighborhood, I looked at the surrounding uses, I looked at the proposed redevelopment of this property and concluded that it did not have a substantial adverse impact on adjoining or abutting properties. If you look at it, it's kind of obvious. It's existing building, nothing changes substantially. If you look at it doesn't generate any particular noise, it doesn't have any noxious odors that were said. The only thing to me was the traffic issue, and I did not feel that the traffic that this site generated was significant enough to adversely impact the value of adjoining property. So again, I concluded that the proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties.
Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. Mr. Barron, call your next witness.
Just two more, I promise. We'll call Ms. Glenda Topp, who's been providing land planning.
Good evening. My name is Glenda Topp, and I currently work as a planning consultant. I have been a planner in both the public and private sectors for over 36 years. I graduated from North Carolina State University with a master's degree in landscape architecture, and I am a certified planner with the American Institute of Certified Planners. I have been engaged to review the special use permit for use of 312 Gregson Drive as a public charter school. Having reviewed the contents of the special use permit application, the associated site plan, and the town's comprehensive plan for development, it is my opinion that proposed special use will generally conform to the land use plan map and those policies governing reuse of an existing development. As an initial matter, as indicated in the staff report, I note that due to the reuse of the existing building for a school, the following plans are not applicable to this development: the Growth Management Plan, Affordable Housing Plan, Open Space and Historic Resources Plan, and the Historic Preservation Plan, Master Plan. Second, while I recognize that the proposal to implement a school on this site is inconsistent with the land use component of the comprehensive plan, I believe it is important to recognize that two other schools have been located within McGregor Park in the proximity to the subject site. In fact, Chesterbrook Academy is immediately across the street from the site. Accordingly, I believe the development of the site to include a school is compatible with and complementary to the existing uses in the area. Finally, I agree with staff's analysis that the proposed use is consistent with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan, as well as the town's comprehensive transportation plan. Additionally, it is my opinion that the proposed plan satisfies the planning elements associated with the town's land development ordinance. Specifically, the plan includes a 10-foot type-C buffer along the northern property line. The streetscape along McKinnon will conform to the required 30 feet width, and the average streetscape width along Gregson satisfies the requirement of section 7.2.110D of the LDO. Otherwise, in my review of the proposal, the plan satisfies the requirements of the LDO. Finally, because the proposed special use intends to operate within the existing building located on the site, it is my opinion that the proposed special use will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area or neighborhood in which it is located. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Topp. Mr. Barron, call your last witness.
Thank you. We'll call Mr. Mike Horn, traffic engineer.
Good evening. My name is Mike Horn. I am with Kimley Horn & Associates, 3001 Weston Parkway here in Cary, 27513. I am a graduate of North Carolina State University and have over 30 years of experience in traffic engineering. I've performed thousands of traffic studies for NCDOTs, for local municipalities, and for private organizations. I am a member of the Institute of ITE, or Transportation Engineers, and sit on the Transportation Intergovernmental Policy Advisory Group formed by NCDOT. I've been engaged to review the special use permit by the Triangle Math and Science Academy for the use of 312 Gregson Drive as a public charter school. After inspecting the site and surrounding neighborhood, reviewing the proposed plans, and preparing traffic analysis, I've concluded that with our recommended improvements, the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. I've prepared a detailed report, and a copy of the report is in your packet. Since the time of our study, the town has prepared a review of our study, and we have met with the town to discuss the findings. Based upon that meeting, the collaboration with the town and its consultant, we have updated our recommendations to include the following. I'll see if I can use the mouse. Here at Gregson and US 64, extend the westbound left turn lane at the intersection for an additional 700 feet. So that's the westbound left turn lane. At the intersection of McKeenan and US 64 is to construct a 100-foot northbound right turn lane at the intersection with signal modifications. Number 3 is basically right here. Restripe Gregson Drive at entrance A to accommodate a right turn lane. Install no parking signs on Gregson Drive in the vicinity of the project. Install 3 Town of Cary school speed limit flasher assemblies on Gregson and McKinnon Drive. And then the development and implementation of a traffic or a transportation management plan. With these improvements, my professional opinion is that the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. I now invite cross-examination of the, wait a minute. I invite other speakers who've been sworn and wish to speak in support of the application to approach the podium one at a time. Are there other speakers who have been sworn and wish to speak in support of this application at this time? Seeing none, I will invite cross-examination of the witnesses who testified in support of the request. Thank you, Lisa.
We are not going to cross-examine any witnesses tonight. We do have Mr. Bailey, who we'd like to have speak once the applicant has done a little conclusion for you. We'll have Mr. Bailey come and speak to you briefly.
Okay, thank you. You'll let me know the right time, won't you? We'll now open the hearing to those who are opposed to the request. Please approach the podium one at a time. Is there anyone present opposed to this request who would like to speak? Seeing no one coming to the mic, I will invite cross-examination of the witnesses who spoke in opposition. Of course, there were none. We'll now ask if anyone sworn has any objections to incompetent evidence or testimony. Seeing no one coming forward. Before I close the public comment portion of the hearing, I'll ask if either party believes there is additional new evidence that warrants a continuance of this hearing. Is this where you want Mr. Bailey to speak?
Well, at this point, I think, and we don't have this written out for you exactly to say, so I apologize for that.
That's okay.
But we'll allow Mr. Barron to do his closing summary to you, and then if, we'll have Mr. Bailey come up and speak.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Mr.
thank
Barron.
you. And again, I will try to keep my comments brief. That was loud. There are requirements that are contained in your ordinance that you have in your agenda packet. We believe the evidence that we've prepared for you tonight, as well as the written information you've received in your agenda packet, including Mr. Gustafson's appraiser's report, as well as Mr. Horn's traffic analysis, and the traffic analysis provided by the town's consultant. We believe that based on the testimony provided by Ms. Glenda Topp and Mr. Bill Daniel, that the proposed use or development of the land will generally conform to the comprehensive plan and the other official plans adopted by the town of Cary. Believe that based on the evidence provided by Mr. Horn and Mr. Daniel, that the proposed use or development of the land will not materially endanger the public health or safety. We believe that the information provided by Mr. Tecton related to the need for schools in this area shows that the proposed use is reasonably necessary for the public health or general welfare, such as by enhancing the successful operation of the surrounding area and its basic community functions, or by providing an essential service to the community or region. The testimony of Mr. Gustafson shows the proposed use or development of the land will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. The testimony of Ms. Top shows the proposed use or development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area or neighborhood in which it is located. That the testimony of Mr. Daniel and Mr. Horn shows that the proposed use is appropriately located with respect to transportation facilities, water supply, fire and police protection, waste disposal, and similar facilities. And finally, that the testimony of Mr. Horn with the conditions that we've offered in collaboration with the staff show that the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. At this time, I would like to enter into the record on the applicant's behalf a copy of the staff's report, the appraiser's report of Mr. Gustafson, the traffic report prepared by Kimley Horn and Associates, and we would ask the council to take judicial notice of the contents of the land development ordinance and the other town adopted plans. Thank you, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We will incorporate those documents, and I'll ask the assistant town attorney to come forward and call Mr. Bailey, I suppose.
Yes, and before we get started, I know I saw some of you were taking notes, I think, as Mr. Horn mentioned some new conditions that were offered. I have this for you. I'm going to hand it to Karen, Ms. Gray, and let her keep one and pass. I guess I better keep one. Keep one and pass the rest around. We have reduced those conditions that have been agreed upon to writing, so you can see those.
Thanks.
And before Mr. Bailey gets started, I wanted to make a note that upon Mr. Silverstein's advice and he and I working together, we have tried to make this easier for you all tonight. Although I know it looks like a lot, this is one full page of text here, but we have simplified the motion language for you all to use. Essentially, you can say whether you want to approve or deny the different items, and remember you have 3 things to vote on tonight. Once you have a chance to look through these conditions, and Mr. Bailey's going to speak to them when he comes up, if you agree with those conditions and if you are inclined to grant the motion for the special use, for example, someone could simply say that they move to approve the request as stated on Exhibit H.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
And you do not have to read all the words. No, and Mr. Silverstein, he's the one who did this was a good idea for you guys, so thank him very much. So these are the conditions, and there's also a condition added to the site plan approval, which is on the last page. Nothing has really changed to the minor modification approval on the middle page there. And at this time, I'll have Mr. Bailey come forward, and he's going to speak to you a little bit about traffic concerns that staff had, but that have now been addressed.
Mayor Pro Tem, could I ask one thing?
Yes,
first?
sir.
If I could check one thing on Exhibit H.
Yes.
It was my understanding that in item 5C, Mr. Horn testified that 3 flasher assemblies would be installed, and this says 2. Are you going to address that?
2, and then item D is the 3rd one.
Oh, okay.
So he was just speaking cumulatively.
He was combining, okay.
Yes.
Thanks for those eagle eyes, Mr. Silverstein. Thank you. Mr. Bailey.
Okay, so traffic was a significant issue on this site. As you may be aware, some of our rules and issues about traffic studies have been changed recently, and we've been trying to deal with a few different things and approaches here. Staff has worked today, and we do agree that recommend support of the plan with the conditions that you have. But there's a few things probably important to note in how we got there. We had 2 traffic studies. Their traffic study sort of dealt with this school as it's laid out. It's a very unique school. We did a traffic study that I'll say is a what if it was a typical school. There are very big differences in the trip generation, but at the end of the day, there's only minor differences in the improvements in mitigation. So I won't go through the details of that. What I will say is there were 2 areas of concern that have not been added as conditions, but staff feels like we've dealt with the highest priority issues. There's a 4-way stop at McKeenan and O'Reilly Road, and we believe that will continue to operate safely and effectively. And then there's the potential for people coming down 64 to pass Gregson and go to McKeenan and also need more storage there, but because of their traffic plan, it takes them all right in, right out, and because they have a lot of control of the way they operate their facility, we feel like that will be minimal at McKeenan, and so those 2 items are not included and why we support it. One other thing that is fairly unique is that double stacking on site. And at the typical school, especially middle and high schools, they just kind of let everybody out. And people would be trapped way back and couldn't get out. But they operate, as Mr. Daniel stated earlier, much more like a elementary school. They batch the cars at the front with a number, they load those kids, they get out, the next group pulls up. So that addressed the concerns staff had about this very unique stacking situation. So we can answer any questions you like. We have our consultant here, but overall staff supports with the conditions that we worked on today and you have before you, we support the plan.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I would ask if our staff attorney has any additional comments to make. Okay, thank you very much. And I would ask if the applicant has any additional comments. Great. So now I would turn the discussion over to council for comments, questions. Ms. Bush.
I have a couple, and it's been a while since I cracked open my queuing theory book, so help me out. When you all did the traffic studies, did you do it based on the number of students that you have now for K through 6? Did you do it through the K through 11 that's proposed in the next few years? So that goes from, all the way up to 796 kids.
Right.
All 796.
All 796 with the 550 or so that are being carpooled?
Correct.
So the traffic study, I don't see on this queue, this double stack, where the buses come, the 5 buses that'll be, do they just, can somebody point that out?
All right. Let's see if I can make the mouse move. There's the loading, and then there's the drop-off.
Right.
All right. As they're loading, so in other words, the cars would be stacked, and that's when we would be most concerned with them at the, when the end of the day, and they're going to pick them up. The buses would actually be at the front of the line. So the buses would get to move first. So they see that the buses would be in line first. They would move the buses through, and then they would start moving the cars through the line.
So no carpool occurs. There's not a separate way for buses and the carpool folks to make their way through the line. You have to wait for all the buses to be filled
Five
and
buses.
out, 5 buses, before any of the carpool can move.
Correct. Right now, what we would see is that the buses would get to load first. They would get them in. They would leave the site, and then the carpool line would start to then come. They're stacked up now to that point, and then they would alternate. One would go, then the other would go, and they would come and load here, and they would load the children here. Once they're all loaded, then they would platoon them out.
So it's possible that, because you could have 5 buses stacked, and stick with me, you have this double stack of cars, you're going to fit all those kids in that long carpool line.
Correct.
Right, because they're all going to just sit there until all 5 buses are full and gone. Is that
correct?
How it'll plan on work? Wow, I'd hate to be a parent in that line.
Well, I will say they're very efficient. I mean, the way they move, they have, it's not like a typical Wake County public school. They will have people out that will be in line, making sure that people are doing what they need to be doing in line. They will be moving the students along. They'll be helping the students to get in their cars. I mean, it will be a very efficiently run situation.
I just want to make sure I understand. There's no way for a car, you might have your kids in the car, or you've got to wait for all the buses to leave before that carpool line moves at all. In Wake County schools, right, there's a different place for the buses as there are for the carpool line.
We're talking about 5 buses.
5 buses that all the 500 cars or 250 cars that are in carpool line are waiting for, right?
Correct.
So, and also all those people who are parked might not be able to get out.
Correct, and they will not be able to. They will not be able to move until the carpool line is complete.
And Mr. Bailey, you all have
look ready to speak, Mr. Bailey.
Yeah,
issues with
we are aware of this and how it operates. And one of the things we ask for, and you have a condition that states there'll be a traffic management plan, and we will work on that traffic management plan with the school and make adjustments. And they have indicated they'll have those resources to help deal with issues. People spotted and people moving along, making sure they don't get out of line. And of course, they'll inch up every time there's another batch of cars and get closer. And essentially, that's the way the elementary schools operate, usually in one very long line.
Right.
But there's nobody jumping out, and that's the way they operate, and we think it can work effectively that way.
Okay.
And with the traffic management plan, it's not the details of the plan are not a condition. So as things change at the school, we can work with them to modify that traffic plan, and we can provide some technical advice and hopefully work together to continue to make it work well into the future.
I have a question that might relate to that somewhat. You had said that there are, or someone had said that there are 38 clubs that meet after school. So that suggests that some kids are leaving at one time of the day, and then you have another batch of kids who are leaving later. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not all of the students getting out at the same time. Will the elementary school, middle school, and high school all start and end at the same time of the day, too?
No.
They have staggered start and end times?
Correct.
Okay, that's just like Cary Christian School where my kids go, so that mitigates the impact.
Well, and I'll take a moment. So our storage that we provided, actually, the way that it's calculated assumes that they all do stop or start and stop at the same time. That's not what we're going to do. So we feel that we've provided more than enough storage on site for the carpool.
Yeah, just speaking from my experience, Cary Christian School has double-loaded queues. We stagger our times, and it's about 12 minutes of congestion a day at most.
And you move them out quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it really does move through very quickly. And
now, the first week of school.
Yeah, the first 2 weeks of school are kind of crazy, but yeah.
But we get it down pat, and we get the parents in line, and they do great.
Yeah, it works.
Thank you.
And I'd like to elaborate on one thing Mrs. Bush asked earlier about the staggering. And everybody assumed in all the traffic studies the future condition of the almost 800 students. However, there's one condition in your package that notes when the improvements out on 64 occur are not in the first year. They are before next school year, and that's because all those approvals on that controlled access roadway and the timing, we don't think there's possible to get them done in that time. I failed to mention that earlier. And so in that first year, when we only have 350 students, it's likely that those improvements will not be in place for the entire duration of that school year. And I just wanted to note that. Staff is comfortable with that, but it's something I failed to highlight.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Other questions or comments from council? All right. Well, remember, we first need a motion on the special use, then a separate motion on the minor modification, and finally, a separate motion on the development plan. I'll now entertain a motion on the special use.
Make a motion to, on the special use, to grant the application for the reasons discussed. I move that we approve the request for a special use permit as proposed use meets all of the approved criteria set forth in section 3.8.3. This approved shall include the following conditions as listed on Exhibit H.
Cool. Is there a second? There is a second. Discussion. All those in favor of this motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0, Karen. Now I'll entertain a motion on the minor modification.
Make a motion to approve the minor modification request.
As shown in Exhibit I. Is there a second?
A second.
There's a...
You probably should add that ordinance provision.
As you did in the first one.
See the
part where you read?
3.19.
Okay. For the reasons discussed, I move that we approve the minor modification request as the request meets all the approval criteria of section 3.19.1 and Exhibit I.
And there was a second. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Karen. Now, a motion on the development plan.
Make a motion, move that we approve the proposed site plan with conditions as stated below as it meets all the approval criteria set of section 3.9.2I. That is an I, right?
Is that an I or an L? It's an I.
And Exhibit J.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve this. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Okay.
I think so. No, we got to do...
I'm now going to close this public hearing. I want to thank Mr. Silverstein. I want to thank the applicant and all of their witnesses. I want to thank our assistant town attorney and staff. And invite Mrs. Simpson back to the table. Thank you. We are now at agenda item F1. Hang with us, folks. We're doing great. Jones Family Farm Annexation and Rezoning. Mrs. Grannon will introduce these items, and then we'll hear our planning board's report. The council may take action on these items tonight. Thank you, Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. This is a request to annex approximately 65.22 acres and apply initial Town of Cary zoning to the property. The subject property is located south of the Grenadier subdivision, which is in Wake County and zoned R30. It's located to the north of the Hillcrest subdivision.
I'm going to ask our visitors to please keep it down as you exit. We know you're excited. Thanks for coming. Thank you, Ms. Grannon. Continue.
Located to the east is the Wren Meadow subdivision, and to the west is the Stonebridge subdivision. As you know, there is an annexation petition associated with the rezoning, and annexation must be approved prior to council taking action on the rezoning. The current land use plan designates the property for low-density residential. The existing zoning is Wake County R30. The proposed zoning is residential 8 conditional use. Conditions proposed by the applicant are that the maximum density be limited to 2.1 dwelling units per acre. They've provided a great deal of common open space along property lines to the adjacent residential neighborhoods, 30-foot wide type B buffer, and there's an exhibit provided by the applicant that was attached to your staff report that identifies those buffer areas. There was a new zoning condition that was proposed when this case went to the Planning and Zoning Board, and that's that a traffic signal per Town of Cary standards be installed at Kildare Farm Road and Arthur Pierce Road if warranted. And then language in your staff report that pertains to the funds being put in escrow if not warranted at the time of building permits. The applicant is prepared to speak to this zoning condition tonight. Staff's had some concerns about the enforceability and the applicability of it. And so we would like, after the Planning and Zoning Board Chair makes their presentation, if you would be willing to have the applicant speak to you for just a moment about that. If there is a concern that this language is not appropriate because it's not consistent with LDO standards, and the applicant's willing to offer something that would give you more comfort, we'd ask that you bring this case back in 2 weeks so that we could get that language tuned in. But if you're comfortable with the language in your staff report, you would have the option to act on it tonight after you hear from the applicant.
Thanks for the anticipatory guidance, Ms. Grannon. We appreciate it.
There were citizen concerns expressed at the public hearing. Density, which only 1 or 2 citizens commented on that. Traffic impacts, lot size, landscape buffers, all of which the applicant has addressed with their zoning conditions and their exhibit, and road connectivity. The big issue with road connectivity was from the Hillcrest subdivision to the south. There is a road that has not been accepted by the Department of Transportation because it doesn't meet DOT standards. So it's public right-of-way, but the road is a substandard road. So at this point in time, the road does not connect to the property line. What happens with connectivity would be something that needs to be addressed at the time of site plan. The applicant did try to offer some conditions about not having a road connection, and staff explained we couldn't accept that because the expectation would be that there would be a road connection at some point in time. But the opportunity to revisit that would be at site plan if they chose to bring it back to you. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended this for approval by a vote of 8-1, and Mr. Swanstrom will speak to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Grannon. Welcome back, Mr. Swanstrom.
Good evening again. As was mentioned, our vote was 8-1 on this issue to recommend for approval. Our dissenting vote was concerned about traffic, and in fact, we had several traffic concerns, but the one that seemed to be the most pressing was one that we have a little difficulty addressing because it's at an intersection of Arthur Pierce Road and Holly Springs Road, which in fact is not located in Cary. Evidently, that intersection is currently very problematic, and the additional traffic that this development is expected to develop was suggested to even make that intersection much worse. As I said, the challenge we have is that's not located in Cary, it's located in Wake County, and it's an intersection that is, there isn't an obvious fix. It's going to be somewhat difficult to address because of the way the intersection is currently configured. I believe that was the primary traffic concern that one of our members had.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Swanson. And per Ms. Grannon's recommendation, I would invite the applicant's attorney to come forward and speak to us about the escrow account. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank
Mr.
you very
Barron.
much, Jason Barron. Happy to be here again. Let's hope it goes as well as last time. The traffic condition, we've had a lot of conversations with the staff, and I understand that it's been kind of the earth's been moving under everybody's feet for about 9 months now, 10 months now, since a significant Supreme Court decision back in last summer. So we recognize that everybody's trying to understand what can we do, what can't we do. I've spent a lot of time, obviously, working on this development and working my analysis, and I believe that the applicant's volunteering of this particular condition is one that the town would be able to accept and be able to enforce per its constitutional authority to mitigate the traffic impacts associated with this development. And that's a critical component of this, is that I believe the town has the authority when a condition is volunteered like this, to receive a condition that is directly related to the impacts of development. And that's exactly what's going on here. We recognize that at the intersection of Arthur Pierce and Kildare Farm, that intersection will receive the most significant amount of our traffic-related development or traffic, rather. And so our volunteering of that condition is directly related to mitigating the impact on that intersection. So we believe that we have that the town has the authority to accept that condition, and we're happy to offer that condition and be good stewards of the area. With respect to the escrow concept, and I used it, and we offered that condition, as Deborah mentioned, back before Planning and Zoning Board. I use the term escrow, not with any real magic around it. The idea is that if when we go to pull building permits, if DOT says that a signal is not warranted at that time, we're just going to take the cash equivalent for construction and place it in an interest-bearing account, and the town will have those funds available to it to draw down against when the signal warrants. So again, it's going to operate a lot like the town's standard financial guarantees that you would get as part of a development process, but it's a little bit different because what we're doing is we're taking cash and we're putting it into account, and that cash is drawing interest. So when the time comes to develop, hopefully, that inflation hasn't outpaced the amount that's been put into that escrow account. And again, because what that escrow account would say is that those funds are going to be used for construction of that signal, I feel comfortable that the town has the authority to do that, because again, it's related to the impact, the transportation impact associated with this development. So I just want to offer that. Again, the applicant is volunteering it as a condition. They recognize the traffic impact, and I'm happy to answer any further questions you all might have about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barron. I would just ask the town attorney if, appreciate what Ms. Grannon said about tabling this and bringing it back when we could see the details. Do you still think that's a prudent thing to do, given Mr. Barron's comments?
I do. I appreciate his comments, but the word escrow does have meaning, and it does say escrow agreement. Excuse me. And we want our zoning conditions to be conditions that don't leave loose ends open, and that create processes that staff can deal with internally. So I'd recommend that you give us the opportunity to do that.
So no lack of trust or anything, but we're all in new ground, so we're all trying to make sure we don't make any mistakes, and we appreciate your comments very much, Ms. Grannon. Other comments? Okay, so that completes staff, P&Z, and the applicant, and I will now turn the discussion over to council for questions or comments. And I would just say that if you are inclined to approve this, what we should do instead is table it until we can see the details of this escrow or financial guarantee to come before us in 2 weeks. So discussion or comments or a motion?
Table both the annexation and the rezoning?
Yes, because they're tied.
Correct, because if for any reason you were not inclined to approve the rezoning prior to taking action on that, the applicant would certainly like to know what your inclination is, so they'd have the option to withdraw the annexation petition.
2 weeks from, or whenever it comes back, we could still approve the annexation and deny the rezoning.
Well, if you annex the land, you would have to apply some zoning to it. So, you know, they would want the option. They may not want to go forward with it if it's not going to be zoned to what they're seeking.
Okay.
And there's no downside to moving them together, is that right?
No, there's no.
Make a motion to table annexation 12A18 and rezoning 12REZ24 until the next council meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table both of these motions together. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Okay. And we will not move on the comprehensive plan consistency statement until this item comes back to us in
Correct.
2 weeks. Great.
And that one's been tabled. so.
Okay, our next item on the printed agenda is the, is the Herndon-Burt request. I'll just remind everyone that we removed the annexation and comprehensive plan consistency from the agenda at the top of the meeting. We referred the rezoning back to P&Z for their review, and these items will come back to council at a later date. And this brings us to agenda item G1, LDO changes round 26. Mr. Frantz, as the committee chair, will ask you to share the committee's recommendation. Mr. Barker is also available to answer questions. Mr. Frantz.
Thank you, Mayor. Basically, we had a good discussion on the recommended proposed LGO changes. We saw no problem sending them forward for public hearing. I think some of us had some concerns or a little heartburn with an item here or there, but we wanted to get public input and feedback before anything else. There was one item, though, that we did not decide to send forward to public hearing, and that was the removal of screening.
Screaming?
Yeah, I know, it's getting late.
Screaming either.
Removal of vehicle screening at group homes.
Yes, for 4 or more vehicles, as I recall, is what that said.
Is that correct, Ricky?
That's correct.
Mr. Yerha, I know you're a member of that committee. Would you like to make any comment?
Mr. Frantz?
Said it all, didn't he? The only other thing I'd say is that we decided as a part of our discussion about another case that we would add to this round 26 the removal of the requirement for a maximum 65-foot buffer in mixed-use rezonings. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Great.
that's
So
what-
I would, when we make the motion for this, we should include that.
One other thing about the screening, if council wanted to not remove that, staff would still like to add some clarification to the screening, because right now it's not well defined what's going to be screened and what's not going to be screened. And so we would ask your guidance on whether or not we as a staff could put some clarification into that screening, so that, because right now it just says screening the parking area. Well, does that mean the entire parking area, even though it might be further away from residential property adjacent to it? So, and what type of screening would you put in? Could you put a fence in? Could you put landscaping?
Is this something that's really time sensitive, or is this something that you guys could work on for a future round?
Well, we do have some cases that might be pending that might need some clarification if we're going to enforce that.
Would this clarification hold up the LDO amendments from this round of LDO amendments from moving forward?
I wouldn't think so. I mean,
When would this go to P&Z next? When would it go to P&Z?
it's going to a work session to P&Z after the public hearing sometime in July, and then go to August.
So it sounds like you've got time. It's not going to hold it up any for them to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess it couldn't hurt to get some feedback on that.
Any other comments or discussion, questions for staff? If not, we're ready for a motion, Mr. Frantz.
Make a motion to send the round 26 LDO amendments forward to public hearing on June 26 with the addition of an amendment to remove the 65-foot maximum buffer from mixed-use projects.
Second?
It's June 27th rather than 26th.
Thank you.
This
Appreciate
is 27th.
27th. You had said 26th.
Dude, I'm getting tired.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion about that, irregardless of the date? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Karen. Who would like to read our closed session motion? We do have a closed session.
I'll read it.
Thank you.
Okay, pursuant to GS 143-318.11A5 and 3, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by and/or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys in the town, and to prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential by GS 143-318.10E and GS 160A-168.
A second?
It's been moved and seconded to go into closed session pursuant to the motion read by Ms. Robinson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. It's our intent to come out of closed session and adjourn. Thank you very much. A meeting to adjourn is in order.
So moved?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Karen. We are adjourned.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.